us pray. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests were committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honour members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 41, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Senate regarding the passage of a division of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2019. Honour members, the message reads in part, and I quote, "The Senate on Tuesday, 23rd July 2019, considered and passed the said bill without amendments," close the quotes. The Senate now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly on the said bill in accordance with provisions of Article 110, Clause 4 of the Constitution. Honour members, Standing Order number 143, subsection 1, requires the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon conveyance of a message from the Senate referring bills to the National Assembly. Accordingly, I direct that the bill be scheduled for first reading at the next sitting of this House. Honour members, Article 95, Clause 4 of the Constitution provides that the National Assembly determines the allocation of the national revenue between the levels of government as provided for in Part 4 of Chapter 12. In this regard, after first reading, the Division of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2019, stands referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for the committee to advise the House on how to proceed with the consideration of this bill. I thank you, honourable members.
Order number 4, petitions.
Honourable Jessica Mbalu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order number 225-2A, I undersigned on behalf of the residents of Kibwezi's constituency, draw the attention of the House to the following. Number 1, that the 4th schedule of the Constitution assigns the responsibility of protection of the environment and natural resources to the national government. 2, that in the recent past, residents of Masongaleni, Thanke, Mtitiwandei, and Vingoni in Zabani wards of Kibwezi's constituency have experienced increased cases of attacks by elephants, resulting in loss of lives and livestock, and also destruction of crops and property in these said areas. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, is that numerous cases of human and wildlife conflict have been reported to the relevant authorities, including complaints for compensation of victims, and all was in vain. Number 4, that most parts of Kibwezi's constituency, including schools bordering Tsavo East National Park, Tsavo West National Park, and Kulu Hills National Park remain unfenced, hence make it easier for the animals to stray out. Number 5 is that learning in several schools in Kibwezi's constituency that borders the aforementioned parks has been paralyzed at times for weeks on end due to invasion of wild animals, especially the elephants. Number 6, Mr. Speaker, is that the Kenya Wildlife Services wardens are evidently overwhelmed by the situation, resulting in delay in responding to distress calls from the residents. Number 7, Mr. Speaker, is that efforts by the residents of Kibwezi's constituency to resolve the matter, including demonstrations against inaction by the Wildlife Service, have been futile. Number 8, that the matter in the respect of which this petition is made is not pending before any court of law or any constitutional body. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, 1, intervenes with a view to ensuring that the Kenya Wildlife Service expeditiously compensate victims and affected families for loss of lives and destruction of property. 2, Mr. Speaker, recommends that the Kenya Wildlife Service erects an electric fence at all areas with schools in Masongaleni, Mtitiwandei, Thanke, and Vingoni Zabani wards of Kibwezi East constituency, bordering Tsavo East National Park, Tsavo West National Park, and Kulu Hills National Park to mitigate the conflict. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, engages the Kenya KWS to ensure that perimeter fences are erected along the unfenced parts of Tsavo East National Park, bordering Kibwezi's constituency, and the Kulu Hills National Park to ward off the elephants and other wild animals that stray to human settlements. And the 4th is that it intervenes through the relevant ministry to facilitate the Kenya Wildlife Service to increase the number of posts or camps in the area for efficient surveillance and quick response to distress calls whenever elephants stray to human settlements. Mr. Speaker, for your noting that this is a resubmission, we did this petition last, and given the procedures of the House, we are resubmitting today. Your petitions, Mr. Speaker, will ever pray for the above, presented today by myself, Jessica Mbalu, the Member of Parliament, represent the people of Kibwezi constituency, today, the 23rd July 2019. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Looks like it should have been read on 23rd. Comments, Honorable Mwadime.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa kweli Mheshimiwa Spika, ule wembe Mheshimiwa Jessica Mbalu anapitia ndio huo ambao unatunyonga sehemu za Taita Taveta. Hata akitaja Mtitiwandei, mimi nafahamu Mtitiwandei iko Taita Taveta. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kweli mimi nimelalamikia sana hili swala la wanyama. Maswala ya kutatua hili tatizo.
The member just saying that given what you are saying, it sounds like Mtitiwandei is in Taita Taveta. Honorable Jessica, very well.
Mr. Speaker, this being my petition, as much as I want to appreciate my very good neighbor, the member, Honorable Mwadime, Mtitiwandei is not in Taita Taveta. Mtitiwandei is in Makueni County, Kibwezi East. So as I welcome to support my petition, but Mtitiwandei is not in Taita Taveta.
Honorable Mwadime.
Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono haya malalamishi. Tusongee sana kwa masuala ya mpaka, lakini ni dhihirisho hata kura wakati zinapigwa Mtito Andei hazipigii Mheshimiwa Jessica Mbali, zinapigia mbunge wa Voi anaitwa Bwana Jones Mlolo. Tusiendelee kuongea zaidi kuhusu hilo swala, manake kuna makamishina ambao wako involved na hiyo. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kweli hili swala la wanyama ni swala tata na ni swala ambayo ni sugu. Mimi nimelalamikia hili swala kwa muda mrefu, hata mimi mwenyewe nilichangia zaidi ya asilimia kwa ile katiba ya wanyama ambayo ilikuwa ni ya mwaka 2016. Lakini masuala ya kulipa wananchi kwa wale chakula yao imeharibiwa, wanyama wao wameharibiwa, tunashangaa mpaka wa leo hii katiba haijaanza kutekelezwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba hili swala kwa hii kamati yetu tekelezi ijaribu kufuatilia hili swala angalau, maana kama kule kwangu Taita Taveta watu wangu wamefukarika kwa sababu ya wanyama. Watu wangu wako na bidii, wanafanya shughuli za ukulima, wanafuga wanyama, lakini bahati mbaya wakati hawa ndovu, simba na wanyama wengine wakitoka kwa maeneo ya binadamu wanafanyia uharibifu mkubwa sana. Mheshimiwa, hili swala kuna wakati hata mwenyewe ukaagiza kwamba lifanyike kabla siku 60. Ninashukuru KWS walianza kutengeneza ua ambapo hiyo ndio suluhu ya kila kitu, lakini bahati mbaya ile ua alikuwa anaanza kutengeneza ilikuwa inapitia kwa mashamba ya wananchi badala ya kupitia pale.
There is a petition. Now you have started complaining. I don't see now, I have no way of dealing with that. I'm not invested with the power to address your complaints. This is an opportunity to make some comments, clarifications, and few words of support.
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante kwa mwongozo wako, lakini mimi nilikuwa nafikiria ati kwamba nikiongea ninaongea tumalize hili sasa, hili swala.
No, you are wrong then.
Kwa kikamilifu.
Just resume your seat. Just resume your seat. Honorable Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the petition by Honorable Jessica Mbalu. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this House has a responsibility under Article 95 of the Constitution to resolve issues that are of concern to the people of Kenya. This is National Assembly, and Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with the committee. While handling this matter, I think the issue of wildlife-human conflict is a fundamental issue that needs to be addressed. Areas that border or are near national parks, Mr. Speaker, the people who reside in those areas suffer a lot. And Mr. Speaker, the question that begs, what begs the question is between wild animals and human beings, which is more important? I know wildlife is important, but if I'm given a choice between the life of a wild animal and the life of a human being, I would go for the life of a human being. But you find that as a country, it's like we are putting too much premium in the life of wild animals. They kill our people. We are not even allowed, those who are close to the national parks are not even allowed. Like I was in Mheshimiwa Olemetito's constituency the other day, Kajiado South, in an area called Rombo, Mr. Speaker. And with his permission, of course, he's my friend. But Mr. Speaker, while I was there, you could see the kind of desperation. People are so desperate. They are talking about elephants killing people, and there is no action being taken. Further, even when when it is dry, during drought, the people who are living near the national park, even when there is grass in the national park, they are not allowed to have their the cows access, or the livestock access those national parks just to eat grass, Mr. Speaker, because there definitely cows and goats cannot kill wild animals. So you wonder why they cannot even be allowed to graze so that they can protect, so that they don't lose their livestock. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that I think the committee really needs to look into, beyond even what has been petitioned, so that we understand as a country, how do we relate this wildlife human conflict is becoming a crisis in this country. I come from a constituency that has a national park in it, Mr. Speaker. And KWS were even stopping us, Mr. Speaker. You can't believe this. There is 2 kilometers of road, the main road that traverses my constituency. There is a section that is just 2 kilometers within the park. And this road is supposed to be tarmacked. KWS refused to give authority until we had to push and push for so many months to give authority for tarmac road to pass through the park. That is going to interfere with the livestock. Now, between our comfort as human beings, between our lives and the animals, which one is more important? Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter that needs to be looked into. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, honour members, I hope, I don't want to say what happens in other places, but in this house, when a petition is presented, it does not present the opportunity for debate at this point until a report is brought. Here we follow the procedures as laid. I am aware that there are proposals to make some amendments, but even then, it is not with regard to debate at this point. It will be what happens to the report, so that a report can indeed, if it makes certain recommendations, then carry what could be termed a resolution of the House. That is the direction that I believe those who are proposing some changes to the standing orders are moving towards. So that at this point, I can see there's a lot of interest, but sorry, remember at this point, you're only supposed to make comments, seek clarifications for only a period of 30 minutes. But even then, even that, it's at my pleasure. Now, my pleasure is such that now we move to the next order, but I refer the petition to the Departmental Committee on Environment. I can see the chair wants to. You also want to seek clarification? Honorable Kareke Mbiuki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really want to appreciate the petition and say that the use of human rights conflict is a serious challenge in this country. We have received numerous petitions in regard to the use of human rights conflict, and I want to acknowledge all the issues which have been raised by the honourable members. Mr. Speaker, the bigger challenge which I want to say here, it has been the question of the budget. Because as at now, we have more than 5 billion pending claims which have been certified. And this financial, Mr. Speaker, we have only managed to secure around 500 million. But, Mr. Speaker, on top of that, we are trying to look at in terms of mitigation. And what we have done as a committee, we have even reallocated more funds to the issues of fencing the parks. And I really want to thank the budget committee because it allowed us to reallocate funds from other sectors to the ministry, to the KWS, so that the issues of fencing can be done. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give a promise that an undertaking that within 2 weeks, we shall be able to come to this house and be able to give a response. And finally, Mr. Speaker, when you secure a date with the State Department of Wildlife and KWS, I want to invite all the honourable members who have the issues to do with human rights conflict to attend that meeting so that we can be able to engage and resolve this matter once and for all. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Perhaps you see, it's again within your powers to even look at the specific provisions of the particular law which this House passed, because you put certain minimum figures for all manner of injuries suffered by human beings arising from interactions with wild animals, including snake bites. So you may have to, again yourselves, look at the law and see whether what you provided for is sustainable in the long run. But nevertheless, that is the law. It must be obeyed by whomever it is that has to implement it for the time being, including appealing to you, the Honorable Kareke Mbiuki, and through you to the Budget and Appropriations Committee to make more funds available for purposes of making compensations. I have seen the figures that you have mentioned, and they are alarming. They are all unpaid. and in the government books, they remain as pending bills. So I think there's a case that perhaps you need to put in more requests for financing. Allow me, honourable members, before we move to the next order, to recognize the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of students from Alliance Girls High School, Kikuyu constituency, Kiambu County. And in the public gallery, those from Kiaganguru Girls School, Mara constituency, represented by the Honorable Karake Mbiuki, Tharaka Nithi constituency, Kaso Upendo Academy, Ruaraka constituency, represented by the Honorable TJ Kajuang, Nairobi County, Mautuma Boys High School, Lugari constituency, represented by the Honorable Safula from Kakamega County, Wachoro Boys High School, Gachoka constituency. I don't think whether there is a constituency like this, represented by the Honorable Kingangi, Embu County, Our Lady of Peace School, Langata constituency, Nairobi County, and those from Tumaini House High School, Nakuru West constituency. They are all welcome to observe the proceedings in the National Assembly this afternoon. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, July 25th, 2019. Reports, bills, resolutions adopted by the East African Legislative Assembly, IALA, at the 6th meeting of the second session of the 4th Assembly held in Arusha, United Republic of Tanzania, from 16th June to 6th July 2019. 2, the report of the journey to gender parity in political representation for the period 2012-2018 from the National Gender and Equality Commission. 3, the report of the journey to gender parity in political representation for the period 2012 to 2017 from the National Gender Equality Commission. 3, the report of the milestone equality and inclusion to the Kenyan general elections from the National Gender and Equality Commission. 4, economic survey 2019 from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. 5, the report of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year that ended 30th June 2018 and the certificate therein. Ministry of Devolution and ASAL, State Department for Special Programs. Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, Kenya Film Commission, Media Council of Kenya, Development Bank of Kenya Limited, Agriculture Finance Corporation, Nyayo T-Zones Development Corporation, Public Service Commission, Petroleum Development Fund, Petroleum Development Levy Fund, National Employment Authority, and lastly, Communication Authority of Kenya, Universal Service Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairman, Public Accounts Committee, Honorable P. Wandai.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, July 25th, 2019. Report of the Public Accounts Committee on procurement of external audit services for the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, and 2017-2018. Thank you.
Very well. Well done, Honorable P. Wandai. At least for the first time that many years now, they've been able to identify a person who can audit the Auditor General. So, Honorable Wandai, congratulations to your committee and yourself. The Chairman, Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, July 25, 2019, report of the Departmental Committee on Labour and Social Welfare on its consideration on the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly, Bill number 26 of 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 25th July 2019, report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the Division of Revenue Bill number 2, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and if you allow me to recognize the presence of the eminent girls, ladies from the Alliance Girls High School.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Opio Andai.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on procurement of external audit services for the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, and 2017-2018, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, July 25th, 2019, and pursuant to Article 226, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution and Section 43 of the Public Audit Act, number 35 of 2015, approves the appointment of MS-PKF Kenya to audit the accounts of the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, and 2017-2018. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the member for Kandui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to ask question number 331 of 2019 regarding delayed payments of terminal benefits for retirees to the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the challenges faced by the Pensions Department in processing retirement benefits for retirees, Mr. Speaker? 2, what are the requirements and administrative procedures for access to retirement benefits? 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to simplify the procedures and reduce time taken for the pensioners to receive their dues? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Question is referred to the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare to arrange when the Cabinet Secretary will appear to respond. Next question by the member for Homa Bay Town, the Honorable Kaluma.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask question number 332 of 2019. The question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary confirm the members of the Constituency Oversight Committee under the National Government Constituency Development Fund have not been paid for the services rendered to the National Government Constituency Development Fund since their appointment? 2, what steps is the Ministry taking to ensure that the said payments are effected? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Referred to the Committee on Finance and National Planning. Next question, Honorable Professor Jacqueline Oduor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 339 of 2019, question directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Culture and Heritage. Roman 1, what steps is the ministry taking to identify and document indigenous systems, including knowledge, values and practices, particularly on food security, conflict resolution, good governance, courtship and marriage, child protection, gender equality, and climate change? Roman 2, could the Cabinet Secretary detail the policies that have been put in place to enable children, youth, and young adults to receive systematic instruction and understanding of their cultural identity, values, beliefs, and practices from older generations, while ensuring that retrogressive norms and aspects do not infringe on their human dignity and ability to be productive members of the society? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me, even as the Alliance Girls leave, to congratulate them and acknowledge them as an alumni of Alliance Girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Question referred to the Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism. And I wish everybody was listening to this question by Professor Duol. It has some very interesting aspects about what the ministry is doing. And what has attracted me, Honorable Odur, is the issue of good governance, courtship, and marriage. I think that it will be important to get to know what the ministry is doing towards that area of courtship and marriage. It's important. It's the Ministry of Gender and Heritage. The next question by the member for Tana River, Honorable Rehem Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise to ask a question to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Question 1, what is the status of the proposed upgrade of the Malindi, Gerseni, Hola, Madogo section of the Mombasa-Garissa Road that is funded by the government with support from the World Bank? The second question, what plans does the ministry have to construct the said section of the road and when is it expected to commence? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But it's referred to the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing to have the response. Next question by the member for Samburu North, Honorable Ntoimaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 345 of 2019 to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy. And my first question is, when will the ministry connect Southor, Marti, Morijo, Barsaloi, Lataqueng, Tum, Maskita, Arsim, and Wasorongai market centers in Samburu North constituency with electricity, noting that Loyangalani Suswa power transmission line is now energized and has been launched and passes through the constituency. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary consider connecting and supplying electricity to all schools in Samburu North constituency in line with the government policy under the last mile connectivity program?
Question referred to the Committee on Energy. Next statement, Leader of Majority. Statement by the Leader of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44, subsection 2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, July 23rd, 2019, at the rise of the House. Next week, Mr. Speaker, the House Business Committee has given priority for debate the following motions. The report of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee on the ratification of the agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of Italian Republic on Liugu Broglio Malindi Space Center. Speaker, this is San Marco. Me, I know as San Marco. So when it has changed its name, we should be told. Yeah, because the name is very complicated, but this is San Marco. Two, so members, you know that this Italian name means San Marco, the site in Malindi. Two, the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the approval of the appointment of an external auditor to audit the accounts of the Auditor General. Three, sessional paper number 2 of 2018 on the national ethics and anti-corruption policy. Honorable Speaker, we also hope to consider the second reading of the following bills: the County Government Revenue Raising Process Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2018, the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2018, and the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019. Honorable Speaker, there are no questions slotted for reply this week. It's my hope that the Director of Committee Service will schedule questions for reply next week so as to clear the huge backlog. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, July 30th, 2019, at the rise of the House to consider the business for the coming week. I beg to lay this on the table of the House, this statement.
I see members who have put in interventions. The Honorable Mogaka, what's Mogrango?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. My point, Mr. Speaker, is to make a follow-up, Honorable Speaker. On 24th of April 2019, Honorable Speaker, I raised a question number 183 of 2019, which was directed to the Minister of Interior. Honorable Speaker, since then I've never got a response, despite my efforts to find out from the committee what is happening. Honorable Speaker, again 3 weeks ago, before we proceeded for a recess, I also sought for a statement from the Committee of Planning, National Treasury and Planning, regarding the employment of census enumerators, which was also not given, despite your directions that it was to be responded within a week. Honorable Speaker, I'm very sure that these issues that we raise in this Honorable House, they are not in vain. They do require a response, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Koinange, what's your response to the first issue? The member complains about a question he filed in the month of April. It's before your committee. You know, honorable members, that's why it is important to pay attention, and particularly the chairs, because after the Honorable Koinange, I will expect the Honorable member for Kipkelion East, Joseph Limo, to also respond to the second issue, that the statement that the Honorable Mogaka has complained that has not been given. So what's your answer?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The statement or the question that he's talking about, Honorable Speaker, sometimes we have so many questions which have been answered, but the members never come to hear their questions or petitions, Honorable Speaker. So I'm sure unless he contacts me, but I don't recall not answering any questions, or there are any questions pending, not answered to any honorable members, sir.
Well, Honorable Mogaka, I think the best thing, rather than you may need to walk across, go and have a discussion with him, because he doesn't recall any question that has not been responded to. But you raised another one on the statement you sought from the Committee on Finance and National Planning on census. The issue of enumerators, is it something like that? Honorable Limo, the gentleman seated next to your left, I think is distracting you. He doesn't appear to be a very regular member. Who is this one? The member seated on your left, your immediate left, is distracting you. That's why you can't follow. Maybe you can respond now, Honorable Limo. You see, let me request the Honorable Mogaka to now make his point of intervention so that the Honorable Limo now can respond. Even him, he has given up. Therefore, then,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a statement that I saw 2 weeks ago, and I remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, you had requested the leader of majority to hold priv and inform Honorable Limo on the status of the employment of enumerators, where I raised an issue that there was a complaint that the people who are working as teachers and others in the national government had applied and were being considered for employment as enumerators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
so you're saying now it was given to the leader majority? Maybe leader majority can...
Mr. Speaker, at least I have passed the message to Limo, but I can confirm to him, I think he should not bring it to the House, because in my constituency, it's the youth who are being employed. We have said no teachers, no civil servants. So this is a matter you can solve also in your constituency. And I think that we should agree, the chair should call Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, that there are many young people who have no jobs. So why do you give these jobs to people already who have jobs like teachers or civil servants? So I think because I passed the message, let the let the person who got the message reply, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Limo, do you have a response, or do you want to...
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as expected, of course, is that the answer will come from the Ministry of Planning, which is in charge of census, but we are yet to get a response from them, official response, but we have actually seen a public pronouncement by the Director General, who is in charge of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics himself, actually pronouncing that the youth, especially those who are not employed, are given priority, especially on enumerators, because enumerators, their qualification is actually not prohibitive for anybody. It doesn't need a lot of experience, because it's a matter of just knowing the area. And in fact, enumerators are employed from the local area where the person comes from, and therefore no youth in this country is unable to do that. So I can confirm the Director General himself pronounced in public that those jobs, especially enumerators, should be given to the youth who are unemployed. Otherwise, we are awaiting for official communication when they appear before our committee. But because it is a very urgent issue, he has actually pronounced it. And therefore, administratively, we are going to ensure that they actually follow up with the officers who are actually based in the counties and sub-counties to ensure the youth who are unemployed are given priority over anybody else.
Very well, but in the event that the Honorable Mogaka has specifics of individuals who do not necessarily fall in that category, then he can present the information to the chair so that he can communicate to those responsible. I see a number of interventions. Is it on this? Member for Mohoron, you have pressed an intervention. It was by mistake. Member for Kandui? Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, just wanted to...
You see, honor members, I suspect that some of you may be pressing the wrong buttons.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to offer some help to the Chairman of Administration and Security and my colleague Vincent. Actually, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary appeared before the committee, and I recall Honorable Vincent Gimose was also present. The minister requested the committee to allow him time as he was not happy, he was not satisfied with the answer given by his officers. And that was last month, Mr. Speaker, just before we took the recess. So I'm sure if that was pursued, we would get an answer, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
That's good information. But nevertheless, the Honorable Mogaka should just follow up to make sure that the answer then is given on a definite date. Member for Emuhaya, what's your intervention?
Oh, yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I had put it much earlier, but I thought on the issue of census, 100% support the youths being given a chance. But I was also very worried that when such a matter is brought to the House, the way it was coming and we make legislation on it, given that we are a House that protects everybody, those working, those not working, then it becomes a situation that is delicate. So let's give those chances to the youths. I fully support that. And we can also use our own influence within the constituencies to influence that policy. But if we legislate on it, then we shall also be tied with issues of discrimination and blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, there are specific provisions in the Constitution that, like for instance, issues to do with the requirements of Article 100. We are not legislating on it. Honorable Shakir Shabil, what's your intervention?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think, let me be of little advice, give some advice to the House. In fact, the lists have already been published, and the lists have been published of all the of those youth that have been already chosen. So I don't understand how those lists which have been published will be changed and by the Director General of Census. I don't think they're going to be able to be changed because they're published already.
Honourable members, interventions should be only for purposes of points of orders. Member for Nyaribari Chache, you have an intervention also.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I also have a similar concern, Honorable Speaker, that the census is a very emotive issue. Really, the youths are very concerned. I'm sure you must have seen on TV, especially in Kisi, where I come from, Honorable Speaker, the youths were up in arms and they've said that any working person who is given an opportunity at their expense, they will lynch him. And we don't want to get to that level of lynching people, Mr. Speaker. We would want to mitigate this issue before it gets to that level. And we need the intervention of the chairman of the committee concerned so that we get assurance from the people concerned that a youth will be given an opportunity, those who are qualified, and not the people who are working in the offices, because that would be unfair. They deserve to be given a chance also to earn a living and make a difference in their lives, because some of those youth, Mr. Speaker, all they need to grow the economy is a very small seed capital. And that seed capital, Mr. Speaker, can be obtained by earning some allowances from this census program. So I urge you, Mr. Speaker, if you can give direction so that we can get the youth given an opportunity first. Thank you so much.
Well, I will not give any directions because it's not in my domain, because the Honorable Limo has already expressed himself on that. I hope these are now going to be points of orders, eh? Because now if a member rises in their place and you start making some contribution to some non-existent motion or business, then you'll be out of order and you're likely to see the door. So the Honorable, oh, okay, you have removed your card. So, yeah, so that we can transact business, because let's move to the next order. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report on the inquiry into land acquisition by the Kenya Defence Forces for establishment of a forward operating base, FOB, in Narok County. Question to be put.
Honourable members, debate on this motion was concluded yesterday. That what remains is for me to put the question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations or the inquiry into land acquisition by the Kenya Defense Forces for the establishment of forward operating base in Narok County, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, April 2nd, 2019. As many as that opinion say aye. As many as contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sorry, honour members. You know that if you desire to lobby, you don't lobby when you are seated down. Anyhow, let's move to the next order.
Order number 9, the Personal Data Protection Bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2018, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 31C and D of the Constitution to promote the protection of personal data, to regulate the manner in which personal data may be processed, to provide persons with rights and remedies to protect their personal data, and to regulate the flow of personal information across the borders of the country and for connected purposes.
Next order, next order. Honour members, I think it's...
Order number 10, the County Statutory Instruments Bill, Senate Bill number 21 of 2018, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the making, scrutiny, publication, and operation of county statutory instruments and for matters connected therewith.
Next.
Order number 11, the County Oversight and Accountability Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2018, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Articles 96, 1 and 3 of the Constitution to enhance public financial accountability by the county governments and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 12, the determination of the nature of bills procedure bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2018, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Articles 109.5, 110.3, and 114 of the Constitution to provide procedure for the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate to determine the nature of a bill and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 13, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 24 of 2018, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to make amendments to the Statutory Instruments Act and for connected purposes.
Sorry, let's pause there, honour members. I had been requested, no, those honour members, I know it is your right to wear the... What are you lobbying one another for? Let me make this announcement that I had been requested by Leader Majority and the Chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, which request I find appropriate and therefore accede to, that I rearrange business so that the business appearing as order number 14 will be considered as order number 17. No, so that business appearing as order number 15 becomes number 14, and the one appearing as order number 16 becomes number 15, and what was number 14 becomes number 16. So, and I've already, since I've acceded to that request, there is no question that I'm putting, we're just rearranging so that next order,
Order number 14, the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, second reading.
Chair of Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to move that the Division of Revenue Bill number 2 Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, which is the Division of Revenue Bill number 2. Honorable Speaker, as per the report that we have just tabled this afternoon, this is a republication of the Division of Revenue Bill that we had done earlier, Honorable Speaker, and as members are well aware of the events that followed the passage of the first bill, the first Division of Revenue Bill of 2019, which was amended by the Senate, and we went into mediation talks which collapsed sometime last month, Honorable Speaker. We have now republished this bill with a new figure of 316.5 billion shillings as shareable revenue going to the county governments, Honorable Speaker. The committee, Honorable Speaker, in its evaluation of Article 203, we have detailed how revenue will be shared between the national government and the county governments. And members, we realize from the projected ordinary revenue of 1.877176 million, what is categorized as national interest under our constitution is a figure of 94.168 billion. A figure of about 585.703 billion, Honorable Speaker, is going towards payment of public debt and other national obligations, which includes constitutional commissions and other statutory payments like pensions and other government obligations, will gobble up a total of 491,269 billion. For emergencies, being the contingency fund and other emergencies, a figure of 6.418 billion. And the balance that will be shared between the two levels of government, Honorable Speaker, what is left is 693,854 billion. And out of that, Honorable Speaker, 330,411 billion million will go to county governments, being the 316.5 that is the shareable revenue, and a further 13.911 that goes into grants from the national government. Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that the Constitution provides for a minimum of 15% of shareable revenue. And what is in this bill, Honorable Speaker, constitutes 30.5% of the shareable revenue, and therefore we are well above the threshold that has been set out in the Constitution. And it is my prayer that members will be able to support this. And this is not all, Honorable Speaker, that is going to our county governments. There are also conditional grants, a number of conditional grants, as were there in the previous bill, conditional grants to level 5 hospitals, about 4.3 million. For construction of county headquarters in Nyandarua, Tharaka Nithi, and one other county, Honorable Speaker, 485 million. There is a further 900 million as compensation for user fees for GON, which is in the health sector. Fuel levy, Honorable Speaker, there is a figure of 8.984 billion. A further 2 billion shillings that goes as a conditional grant towards the development of youth polytechnics, and for leasing of medical equipment, 6.2 billion. Honorable Speaker, put together all these figures are monies that are going to our county governments, and therefore those who have been saying that the National Assembly is not in support of devolution, Honorable Speaker, I think these figures speak louder than saying it, that the amounts that we are apportioning to our county governments is even an improvement of the 310 billion that we had given before. And it's important, Honorable Speaker, to point out that as much as we went in mediation, and the figure indeed that we floated during mediation was 316. This is now 500 million shillings more than what had been proposed in the mediation. I am aware, Honorable Speaker, that our colleagues in the Senate have published another bill, which I am not aware of how far they have gone in its deliberation there. And Honorable Speaker, as much as all these issues may end up in mediation, I think it's important for our colleagues in the Senate and the country at large, including our Council of Governors and the Commission for Revenue Allocation, to be alive to the realities of our nation today in terms of revenue generation. And the challenge is not just on the national government to enhance our revenue collections, but also in the county governments to enhance their own source of revenue, Honorable Speaker. If you look at statistics from the Controller of Budgets Office, Honorable Speaker, across the board from county number 1 to county number 47, own source revenue in the last 2-3 years has been dwindling, has been going down. There's not a single county, Honorable Speaker, where you'll find own source revenue going up. And therefore, it's not just a challenge to a KRA, but also to our county governments and the governors who are managing these counties to ensure that they enhance collection of revenue, Honorable Speaker. And I remember earlier this year, Honorable Speaker, none other than President Uhuru Kenyatta offered to allow the Kenya Revenue Authority to work with county governments to enable them enhance their own source revenue. Why, Honorable Speaker, our county governments are not keen to exploit that opportunity to use a system that has been proved to work in the country of collecting of revenue, Honorable Speaker. And they can collect this revenue, Honorable Speaker, through KRA, and the money will still end up in their revenue accounts, Honorable Speaker. But for obvious reasons, Honorable Speaker, you know, many of them may not be keen to have these monies collected on their behalf by Kenya Revenue Authority for obvious reasons, Honorable Speaker. But without casting any aspersions on anyone, Honorable Speaker, I just want to encourage them to work with KRA to collect for them revenue on their behalf. And it will also be a source of revenue in terms of agency fees for the Kenya Revenue Authority, and also a challenge that I would be posing to the Kenya Revenue Authority to also explore ways and enter into MOUs with county governments to be able to collect revenues for them, not just to enhance the revenues that we collect, but also to be a source of income in terms of agency fees for the Kenya Revenue Authority. Honorable Speaker, the other point to note is that we are basing what we share in revenues, Honorable Speaker, in line with what is provided for in our Constitution, and we have no business to fight with what is in black and white in the Constitution. But the Constitution provides that we share revenue on the basis of projections. Honorable Speaker, I do not know what wisdom informed that particular decision when we enacted this Constitution in 2010. Because the reality of our country today is that in the last so many years, Honorable Speaker, we have not been able to meet these revenue projections, the targets that we set out every year. Honorable Speaker, this last financial year that just ended, we have a huge shortfall. That is where, Honorable Speaker, I find it interesting or contradictory that our Commission for Revenue Allocation continues to speak about additional revenue in the next financial year, or rather in this current financial year of 2019-2020. And they speak about figures well above 200 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, as if it is money that we are holding, as if it's money that's already been collected. It is important for CRA to appreciate that as much as KRA will give us their revenue projections, Honorable Speaker, reality is that we never realize that revenue that as projected. And therefore, as much as we are projecting to collect 1.877 trillion, Honorable Speaker, what we have seen in the past, and the last financial year, Honorable Speaker, you bear me witness that we had a supplementary budget almost a month after, not even weeks after we passed the finance bill, Honorable Speaker, because of realities that we will not be able to achieve the revenue projections that were there. But remember, the austerity measures that were carried out in the national government, Honorable Speaker, the same as provided for by Article 219 of the Constitution. You cannot vary what you provide for in this division of revenue. And Honorable Speaker, probably it is time, and I would want to ask our colleagues in the Senate, if there is any amendment that they may want to consider in this bill, is probably to amend one of the clauses or to add a new clause that maybe if there is an improvement in revenue collection as the year progresses, half year, maybe they can even add a clause that any additional revenue, Honorable Speaker, generated over and above the projections after the first half of the year should all go to our county governments, Honorable Speaker. As much as when the austerity measures, we never asked them. And you remember there was an attempt by the National Treasury last year to reduce the shareable revenue from 314 billion by 9 billion shillings to 305. But we could not do it because they are protected under Article 219 of the Constitution. Therefore, I just want to beg them and ask CRA, our good senators and our Council of Governors to bear with the situation as it is, be alive to the reality of our revenues as a country. And as the economy improves, Honorable Speaker, we are amiable later during a supplementary budget to allocate more resources, should they be there. Since we cannot reduce what we give them, I think it's only good to be realistic with what we have. And Honorable Speaker, one of the, as I move to the recommendations of the committee, because we are recommending that we therefore approve this bill as follows, Honorable Speaker, that the national government, and as I said, this includes additional allocations to counties of 13.91 billion, financed from revenues raised nationally, and also constitutional commissions, repayment of debt. Let this figure of 1.561 trillion not be seen as if it is money that is just going to the national government ministries and agencies. The judiciary, parliament, constitutional commissions will share in this figure. The equalization fund, Honorable Speaker, we are seeking an approval of 5.76 billion going to the equalization fund, and to the for county allocations, the shareable revenue of 316.5 billion. To Honorable Speaker, we have said as a committee that should there be any increase to counties over and above what is being proposed in this bill, Honorable Speaker, it has to be accompanied by a specific reduction either in the judiciary, in parliament, various ministries, departments, and agencies of government, or clear and quantifiable revenue measures. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would beg that even as we proceed, should anybody have the thought of amending anything on this bill, to either give us clear and quantifiable revenue-raising measures that will generate the revenues you want to increase, or to give us specific areas in the budgets of the judiciary, Parliament's budget, and Parliament includes Senate, or in the ministries and departments and agencies of government where we will do cuts, specific cuts from, that will be equal to any proposed increments. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because the 316.5 billion is what realistically we can be able to accommodate within our fiscal framework without necessarily distorting the fiscal deficit as we agreed and was resolved and passed and adopted by this House during the budget policy statement. Therefore, the 316.5 billion will leave us within the fiscal deficit that we agreed and adopted in our BPS report, and which was adopted by this House, and also adopted by the Senate, Honorable Speaker. I know they did deliberate on the budget policy statement and worked within the framework, Honorable Speaker, of a fiscal deficit that we have all committed to. And not just as a country. You do remember there is a convergence that we are working on in the East African states, moving towards a fiscal deficit of about 3% by the year 2022. If we are to achieve this, Honorable Speaker, we can only be able to accommodate these 316.5. And anything, as I said, beyond that has to be accommodated either by specific cuts or specific and quantifiable revenue-raising measures, which, Honorable Speaker, is important to remind the country that at a time when Kenyans are experiencing very difficult economic times, specific revenue-raising measures, Honorable Speaker, would constitute increment in either raising taxes for Kenyans or other levies, Honorable Speaker, that would be more painful to the people of Kenya. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is my plea this afternoon that we do pass this division of revenue bill as it is, and ask those of our colleagues in the Council of Governors, our very able commissioners at the Commission of Revenue Allocation, and our senators to remain alive to the realities of our economy today. And as I said, in subsequent supplementary budgets, should our economy improve and we see the possibility of increased revenues being raised over and above what has been projected, Honorable Speaker, we should be willing and ready, and I'm sure members in this House, because many of us, thank you, many of us, Honorable Speaker, here, there are many members of parliament here who are prospective governors, and they support devolution from the heart, because in the future they also be beneficiaries. And I can see the leader of minority and the deputy chief whip from Trans Nzoia County nodding when I speak about future governors. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because there is a notion that there is competition between us and the Senate. There is a tough war between us and the Senate, Honorable Speaker. It's only that we are praised with more facts in terms of what is required in the economy in this country, Honorable Speaker, because we consider our estimates for national government and all other agencies and organs of government, including the judiciary, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, when we make decisions in this House, we make very informed decisions based on facts and figures, Honorable Speaker, and not based on egos, not based on cat fights between the two chambers of Parliament, Honorable Speaker. And we have immense and tremendous respect for our colleagues in the Senate. And we want them to be able to also be able to appreciate that members of the National Assembly are appraised with more facts and figures. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, let me beg them to also respect institutions. The Public Finance Management Act created the office, our own parliamentary budget office. And that budget office, Honorable Speaker, is not there to advise just the National Assembly. It advises Parliament, including Senate. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to beg our colleagues in the Senate to also respect the very good advice that I know they are getting from the Parliamentary Budget Office, because I'm sure they never get a different set of advice than we get. And therefore, it is good to also respect the advice that we get from such institutions that are statutory since it was created under the PFM Act, Honorable Speaker. And with that, I beg to move and request the Leader of Majority to second.
Honorable Duale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank the Budget and Appropriation Committee of the National Assembly for republishing and processing this bill, the second division of Revenue Bill 2019. And Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House are cognizant of the importance of making sure that county governments receive their resources, that both houses deal with this matter, that we pass the Division of Revenue Bill, we pass the County Revenue Allocation Bill, so that the county governments can prepare their annual budgets and appropriation bills in line with Article 224 of the Constitution. But Mr. Speaker, I think we today have an opportunity to speak to the country, because there's a lot of false being flown around. In 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, that Constitution ushered in a new public financial management architecture in Kenya for the first time, because it has anchored the budget process in law and created several institutions to manage that budget, including the Budget Office that is under the Parliamentary Service Commission. And it has also given us key pillars to be dealt with when you are dealing with the matter of the budget. And Mr. Speaker, one of the key pillars in budget making, and I want to make it very clear, put it in law, is the element of equity. That equity does not mean you divide equally what is available, but the principal factor is equity. It means you divide taking into consideration what you need and what you have. So there's no way you can say the principle of equity will only apply when it comes to dividing what you have. Before you reach the principle of equity on what you have already collected, what you have, you must ask yourself, what do we need as a country? So that is the element that is now missing out in the whole deliberations. The Speaker, also in the 2010 Constitution, it provided that the principle of equity must apply when it comes to the burden of taxation. The principle of equity must apply when it comes to borrowing by government. So there's no way you can say, give me my share, and you leave the element of national debt to another arm of government. This equity is across the board. And that's why, and the chair has read it, if you look at Article 203 of the Constitution, it gives you in black and white what are the first items that you must remove in terms of payment from the consolidated fund. The first one is the national debt. The second one is our national interest. In fact, if you look at the division of revenue between the two levels of government, it's number 7. So that's why I say the Constitution of 2010 has put in place a serious, critical public financial management architecture that must be followed. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of the revenue bill, the division of revenue bill in Parliament, is the culmination of a process that usually starts at the end of August. Now we are about to go to August. By August, in about 10 days' time, we will start the budget for 2020-2021. And it is very, very sad that today, few days to the next year's budget, we are dealing with the division of revenue bill. It's very, very unfortunate. It has never happened, but I'm sure our colleagues, the Council of Governors, the Senators, the National Assembly, must relook into that. Mr. Speaker, in October of this year, the executive finalized, October of last year, the executive finalized the budget review and outlook paper, which I laid it on the table of this House. That was October last year. So, Speaker, this was submitted to both houses. In fact, it was submitted also to the Senate, that budget review and outlook paper, which I tabled. That document itself, Mr. Speaker, which was tabled in both houses, has interim numbers. So the numbers is not something you go to the market and remove it. That document that was tabled from the National Treasury in October last year had interim numbers to work on. Because, Mr. Speaker, we must tell the country how the budget-making process architecture has been documented in the Constitution. And, Mr. Speaker, that document, which had interim numbers, was the first document which was to guide the budget-making process for 2019-2020. It was to guide the sectoral reviews, it was to guide Parliament, it was to guide the judiciary, it was to guide how the division of revenue will be arrived at. And, Mr. Speaker, that document, which had interim numbers, was the vertical division. It had the vertical, how do we divide the resources of this nation vertically between the two levels of government. And, Mr. Speaker, this is what you have said many times. This is what Mr. Honorable Mbandi said on TV. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, in my community they say, a hyena came to, started talking to a stone. And he realized that the stone was not responding. And the hyena said, you know, you don't respond, but you have heard me. Mr. Speaker, let us say it 100 times, that the vertical division of revenue between the two levels of government, as stipulated in Article 96 of the Constitution, notwithstanding the opinion given by the Supreme Court is a function of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, and I can read it 10 times. It says the National Assembly represents the people of Kenya, but it says the National Assembly determines the allocation of the national revenue between the levels of government as provided in Part 4 of the Chapter 12. Mr. Speaker, unless you amend that article, it is the National Assembly that deals with the vertical division. And the reason why it was done this way, Mr. Speaker, it is improper, it is immoral, it is wrong to subject the division of revenue bill to a mediation process. It is wrong. That is why the framers of the Constitution decided not to subject, we can subject any other bill to a mediation process, but not the division of revenue bill. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we are here today. And Mr. Speaker, going forward, I want members to read the dissenting opinion of Judge Njoki Ndungu on this matter when the Senate in the 11th Parliament looked for. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I want to make it very clear, giving counties 310, there is nothing unconstitutional. There is nobody who has broken the law. The Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is very clear. It requires a minimum of 15% of the last audited accounts. So if you were to take the actual revenue for 2018-2019, the 15% could be less than 310 billion. The Constitution says minimum 15%. Today, in 310 or 316, we are giving the counties close to 34%. So when you go to court or to go to the Supreme Court and you're accusing us of breaking the law, there is no law that is being broken. Nobody has violated the Constitution. The Constitution says in black and white that you give counties not less than 15%. Since Uhuru Kenyatta, President Uhuru came to power, we have been giving counties more than 30%, double. So nobody is, so tell us, those who have gone to the Supreme Court, tell us which law are we breaking? Those, yes, we have surpassed the 15%. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no constitutional requirement that we have breached. The National Executive, Mr. Speaker, in last year cut their budget because of the low revenue collection. Ourselves, CDF, we lost 2 billion shilling. The Women Fund, they lost close to about 300 million. The judiciary did cuts. But because Article 219 of the Constitution makes us mandatory that whatever we give to counties cannot be returned, Mr. Speaker, why should we give money that government doesn't have to counties? Honorable Junat is saying, you know, they steal. That is a story, I'll give him a chance. So, Mr. Speaker, during the supplement, so we never cut money from them. We lost 2 billion at CDF. The Women Fund lost. The judiciary lost. The national government ministries lost. Speaker, I want to reiterate that the Division of Revenue Bill is not something that happens out of the blues. It's not something that can be discussed when you're having mandasi. It is documented in the architecture of the budget-making process found in the Constitution. The Speaker, let me come to a group that is called CRA, the Commission for Revenue Allocation. It is established under Article 215. And I want the chair to listen to me. You know, we had a problem with a gentleman called Cheserem. They are called stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, among other persons, these members are nominated by the political parties, unlike any other commission. If you look at, Mr. Speaker, Article 215, the only commission nominated by political parties, and Jubilee we have got 3. I mean, we have 4. NASA have 3. So they must listen to Bandi, they must listen to me. They are our nominee. So They cannot act as if, and their function is to recommend how the two levels of government can share resources. But their recommendation is not binding. And the recommendation must be pegged on the revenue projection. So all of a sudden, CRA has become an appendix of the Council of Governors. They have become an associate of the chairman of Council of Governors. They have become an extension of the lower house. Because, you know, it is Okuru Okot who has confirmed in his question for a referendum that he wants to make the Senate the upper house. So now that question has been settled. Yeah. Why does Okuru want us to make the Senate? So Okuru wants to make the National Assembly the lower house, and he wants to replace it with the Senate. So as we speak today, they're the lower house. But because, you know, he didn't know, and, you know, he has no MCA, he has no members of parliament, he has no governor, he has no senators, he has no presidential candidates, he should have come to me and Junet and Bandi to draft the questions for him. He drafted questions that cannot go anywhere, cannot fly, that constituencies must be scrapped. And I want to tell the MCAs, the moment a constituency is scrapped, even the word will be scrapped. You will not exist when at the constituency. You know the MCAs are being cheated. The moment you pass a constituency to be scrapped, you are also scrapped. So if Balambala, for example, goes, or Ijara, or Township, or Fafi, those MCAs will go. And that's why I told them, you have to read. You have to read this question of court. So these CRA people are nominees of political parties. And I want to remind them, Jubilee, we have got 4. NASA has 3. They must listen to us. You know, knowing that, well, Mr. Speaker, CRA's function in the Constitution, as I finish, and I want to read Article 217, because even I can see the commissions, they don't know their function. CRA main function, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, the commission shall make recommendations on other matters. You know, the principal function of the Commission on Revenue Allocation is to make recommendation concerning the basis for equitable sharing of revenue raised by the national government. The people to make a determination is the Budget and Appropriation Committee and the National Assembly. And Mr. Speaker, we will, this time, because they have gone to court, you know, they have gone to court. And I have never seen, you know, demonstrations ended with a handshake. There is no more demonstration, but particularly by politicians. Because the father of demonstration said no more demonstration. The Prime Minister said no more demonstration. So if your nurses can demonstrate, teachers can demonstrate, but politicians cannot demonstrate. And Mr. Speaker, I really want to beg you, if we become crazy and we want to demonstrate, don't join us. It is very sad for a speaker to demonstrate. Mr. Speaker, please, in the event we lose our heads and we demonstrate one day, and which we will not, please don't join us. You know, I was shocked. And I had to call the former Prime Minister and the President. I said, I thought you finished the demonstrations. Why can't you throw tear gas on these 47 characters? And you know, to chase few people is very easy. Honorable knows. When they are in Uhuru Park, with that huge population, the police cannot touch. But you know, if you have 47 people with one speaker, Songos Askaris can even chase you. You know, but Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude that the division of revenue bill cannot be subjected to the mandarins of mediation. We must decide as a House. Now, the National Treasury is convinced, we have come to 316. They have gone back to 335. Where is 335 going to come from? So, Speaker, I think you need to talk to the Senate Speaker that all the money that is going to the Senate is added into this bill, and they close the Senate for the next 1 year. You know, they close the Senate. because the judiciary, and Mr. Speaker, I really want to talk to the Supreme Court. The courts do not participate in the budget-making process. The courts cannot give you money. If the courts have the powers to give money, they could have given themselves a lot of money. They come to us, I table their budget. The Chungwa who gives. So the courts cannot give you billions. So don't disturb the Chief Justice. And he has told you twice, go back and solve this thing politically. Senators and governors, let us meet, let us discuss, let us agree, let us save counties. I beg to second.
So, honourable members, before I propose the question, allow me to recognize the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of students from Kedowa Girls High School, Kipkelion East constituency, Kericho County, and those from St. Catherine Girls Secondary School, Bomet East constituency, Bomet County. They are welcome to observe proceedings in the National Assembly. Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the Division of Revenue Bill, the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, be now read a second time. The Honorable John Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I see the circus around this bill, I look back to 2013, and I remember, Mr. Speaker, immediately we passed the first Division of Revenue Bill under this bicameral system. I had my concerns about whether this bill should go to the Senate for concurrence. And I raised those concerns, and Mr. Speaker, luckily or fortunately, you agreed with me that really this is a critical bill that should not be subjected to mediation without an exit route in the event that the two houses don't agree. In fact, if it was the intention of the drafters of the Constitution and the people of Kenya to subject this bill to the bicameral system of legislation, then the people of Kenya would have included in the Constitution a method of coming out of disagreements between the two houses. But because that is lacking, and yet the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, which to me has a lesser weight in terms of disagreement, because the formula is already agreed on before, and it's just a mathematical error, yet that bill, which has little controversy, has a safety net. There is a way out, how to get out of disagreements between the two houses. Because for this House to overrule the Senate, we require a 2/3 majority. And then, Mr. Speaker, therefore, Mr. Speaker, it pains me that we are in this situation because of a decision that was made and an interpretation by the Supreme Court. However, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say the following, that we have a responsibility as a House. We are the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, if there is stalemate, if there is confusion in the management of finances of the country, we are called upon to be sober and look for a way of coming out of it. I want to be very categorical, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of propaganda has been peddled out that the National Assembly is not interested in giving more money to counties. Far from it. I want to say that counties need even much more than the 335 billion that the Senate is talking about, that CRA is talking about. Indeed, all the spending units, any spending unit in this country, whether it is a national government ministry, department, or state agency, require more budgetary allocation. Whether it is a county government or a county institution, we require more budgetary allocation. However, the problem arises because resources are limited, yet the demands or needs are unlimited. That is why, therefore, there is need to come together and prioritize and allocate resources in line with the priority that the country would come about with. Mr. Speaker, that is why probably we could not have given the counties the money that CRA recommended, the money that probably the Senate wanted, the money that probably the counties want. Because even other ministries, all ministries in this country, we reduced their budgets. There is not even one single ministry which we did not reduce their request for allocation of resources. But Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the Senate, and I want to speak to the Senate with utmost respect, because sometimes they think we talk to them without respect. I don't think protecting the interests of counties is synonymous with more budgetary allocation to counties. It is not synonymous. There are so many things that go into protection of the interests of counties. Mr. Speaker, the first question that I want to ask the Senate, and I want my colleagues to listen carefully, that we allocated 314 billion in the 2018-2019 financial year. The first question I would want to ask the Senate is how much out of that money actually went to the counties and was used in the delivery and provision of services. Because you don't need just to ask for money, put money in the budget if that money is not going to go to the counties to provide services. Mr. Speaker, out of the 314 billion, by the end of the financial year, and I have the figures here and the statistics here with me, by the end of the financial year, only 229 billion had been utilized by counties, meaning 85 billion out of 314 had not been utilized by counties. 85 billion that had not been utilized by counties, 34 billion was still at the consolidated fund of the Treasury. The Treasury had not released that amount. 51 billion was sitting as cash balances in the counties, either in the revenue account, recurrent account, or development account. Mr. Speaker, 51 billion in the county accounts, unused by the end of the financial year. This has the effect of slowing down economic growth of a country. Mr. Speaker, I know a lot of answers have been given, a lot of explanation, which I call excuses, that probably if me sometimes does not work, the Treasury takes time to release money. That could be true, but why can't the Senate deal with that as a problem first before asking for more money? What is the sense of allocating 400 billion, 500 billion if only 200 billion will be released to the counties? It doesn't make sense. To me, if the Senate wants to protect counties, the first point of call is to ensure that the money that we have allocated, the money that we have put in the budget, goes to the counties so that the counties use that money to provide services. Mr. Speaker, a county like Nakuru, by the end of the financial year, had in its account 3.9 billion shillings, amount that should be used to unutilized, amount that should be used to provide services to the people of Nakuru. And then you are telling me that the reason why the people of Nakuru are not able to get services is because they were not given enough money. Enough money how? And 3.9 billion is still sitting in their account. For whatever reason, whether the money was transferred late, what was the reason for transferring it late? Mr. Speaker, a county like Siaya has 1.69 billion. A county like Homa Bay, where Mbadi comes from, had 1.168 billion. A county like Kiambu, where the chairman of the Budget and Appropriation Committee comes from, Kiambu had 1.68 billion. And finally, a county like Kakamega, where the chairman of the Council of Governors comes from, had 978 million. Mr. Speaker, the question that I'm raising is why is it that money that has been budgeted cannot reach the counties, and if it reaches the counties, it stays in the accounts unspent. And Mr. Speaker, this reasoning that is being given, that probably the problem is the problem is Treasury not releasing funds, is not entirely true. I think there is a problem of capacity in the counties. Because how do you compare that to Tharaka Nithi, which has only 28 million shillings? How come then the IFMIS was working, and for Nakuru County, IFMIS was not working? Mombasa County, 66 million shillings. How come IFMIS is working for Mombasa County, the Treasury was able to release money in good time for them to utilize, yet the Nairobi County cannot have the same realized for them? So, Mr. Speaker, I have been asking some of my friends. Yesterday, I had a very heated argument with 3 senators who are my very good friends and who come from my party, and were wondering why the chairman is not fighting for more money to go to the counties. I told them, you are the ones who want to kill the counties. Because the moment the public know that a lot of money is going to the county and they are not seeing services, they will call for the scrapping of the counties. That is how to kill counties. In fact, you have started hearing people talking about health to be brought back to national government. What is the reason? It's because the wananchi, the citizen, those who are supposed to be given services are not seeing the health services being delivered the way it ought to be. That is a sure way of killing counties. Mr. Speaker, you'll agree with me that in 2013, CDF was very unpopular in this country. In fact, almost everybody, we were under siege. Everybody was calling for the scrapping of CDF. Today, conduct a debate in vernacular station, and I listen a lot to a vernacular radio station. If there is any money that is very popular in this country today, it is CDF. No one wants it to go away. In fact, the Ukuru Okoth's bill has more problem because of the CDF than anything else. Why? It is the counties which has made CDF very popular. Because the public is comparing counties, the performance of counties with the CDF. So, Mr. Speaker, the surest way of killing counties is just to focus on budgetary allocation and not to look at how that money is utilized. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is running. I want to get to the next point that I wanted to raise. Mr. Speaker, there is this talk, there is this discussion that there is a lot of money that is remaining at the national government level, that the National Assembly is only concerned about the plight of the national government and is not thinking about the counties, that we have a 3 trillion budget, and out of it, only 300 is going to the counties. Mr. Speaker, that argument looks to me that it is informed with ignorance, lack of understanding of budgetary process, lack of knowledge about financials of this country. Mr. Speaker, we are just projecting to collect as a country, a projection which will never be realized, because history has it that we have never realized projected revenue. We are projecting, Mr. Speaker, to collect 1,877 billion. That is a projection from the Treasury. And that is the projection that CRA and everybody else have been basing this focus on. Mr. Speaker, this is the amount that we should be talking about. Now, this amount, there are certain expenditure that are inflexible, expenditure that will always be met. Mr. Speaker, if you remove from the 1,800 billion, the public debts, which we will pay at 586 billion. Then you remove constitutional commissions, and the TSC takes the highest chunk. TSC is 252 billion. The total constitutional commissions is 261. CFS, which is pension and salaries to constitutional commission office holders, constitutional office holders, 109. Parliament and other independent organs, institutions like Controller of Budget, Auditor General, and Judiciary, 73. If you add that to Emergencies and Equalization Fund, that amounts to 1,041 billion. You are remaining with 836 billion. Out of that, take away the 330 that we are giving counties. You will have only 506 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, the entire recurrent budget from the presidency at 8.9 billion to interior, 127 billion, which pays our police officers, the police vehicles, etc., the correctional services, the prisons, 26 billion, defense, 104.5 billion, plus all the others, education, national treasury, planning, health, roads and transport. These are just recurrent expenditure, consume 718.8 billion, meaning that there is a deficit on recurrent expenditure of 212 billion. Mr. Speaker, what is the harsh reality? The harsh reality, and this is a lie that we have lived as a country for long, is that we are borrowing money to cover recurrent expenditure in this country. Therefore, whoever has been peddling propaganda and rumors that there is enough money in this country to cover all the recurrent expenditure, to pay all our debts, and to give to counties, that there is still some money that we don't want to give out, that is living a lie, Mr. Speaker. we don't have money in this country to cover all the recurrent expenditure, to pay all our debts, to cover money for all the commissions, unless as a country we come out boldly to reduce the recurrent expenditure drastically, maybe by half. We come out to reduce the debt repayment, I don't know how, because debt repayment is an obligation that is there, that is permanent, that you cannot change. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be a little bit sober. And this is where now I wonder, because when I'll finish in the next 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I wonder when the Senate thinks that the National Assembly is not responsible. I ask myself, if Senate are coming to this with clean hearts, we had already agreed on some figures at the last mediation. National Assembly moved to 316. We have never changed. We have printed another bill with 316.5. The Senate had come down to 327. How come now they have printed another bill with 335? That just shows you a house that is not interested, is not committed to mediation, a house that is just grandstanding, and I think it is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would expect the people of Kenya to listen to us on this, that we come to some agreement, but we come to an agreement with objectivity. If this country is going to borrow money, whether externally or internally, whether it is domestic borrowing or external borrowing.
1 more minute, Honorable Bandi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that 1 minute. The people who will pay the money are the people of Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear. It says clearly that we should share both the benefits and the burden with the future generation, equitably. So let us not create a burden to the future. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, we have been attacked as a House previously, that we are the ones who are subjecting this country to unnecessary borrowing. Now, when we are coming in to rein on expenditure, we have even reduced the amount of money that we are borrowing this year. Then again, the same people who are accusing us of sleeping on the job are the same ones who are telling us, why are you not giving more money to the counties? Mr. Speaker, I would not have a problem with giving money to the counties. If anything, I've come out very clearly previously, and I want to repeat it. I am not going to contest again as Member of Parliament for Suba South, but I have to reason as a Kenyan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the bill.
Member for Baringo County. No, members, please. You know, we are debating the division of revenue bill number 2. If you have put your account to contribute to this, or you just put your account for for general application, you see, the member for Baringo County placed her account so that she could contribute. Let me hear the member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to add my voice into this debate. On the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I support this second division of revenue bill as published, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have already said a lot in terms of what should be said about this bill, but I just want to fill a few gaps. And my starting point, Mr. Speaker, I want to state some facts which can't change. If you look at this bill, Mr. Speaker, Clause 5 of the bill says that in case there's a shortfall in revenue collection, the national government will take care of that shortfall. So that means whatever amount will be allocated by this House, if we have shortfall in revenue collection, Mr. Speaker, then the Why am I saying that clause is important, Mr. Speaker? This clause is very important, Mr. Speaker, because if you take last year, the projection was that the country was to collect about 1.6 trillion. At the end of the day, that was revised downwards to 1.44. That is 1.44 trillion. Meaning, whatever budget we had done, which was aimed at the 1.6, then it had to be revised downwards. And as you revise downwards, Mr. Speaker, then the national government will meet that shortfall. The second point, Mr. Speaker, which is very important, is Clause 219 of our Constitution. It says that whatever amount you allocate for the county governments, it must be released to them. So even as we debate about this bill, when we debate about the 335 and the 316, Mr. Speaker, we must realize that whatever amount we are going to pass as a House, then we have no choice but to allow that money to go down to the counties. The third point, which is important, Mr. Speaker, is this country has moved from incremental budgeting to what we call zero-based budgeting. Mr. Speaker, zero-based budgeting means when you are starting a year, you budget on the basis of your needs, not on the basis of your needs last year. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is why important, even as the two speakers appoint members of the mediation committee, I think it is important, Mr. Speaker, get people who have an appreciation of budgeting and financial management. When you get people who have no appreciation of that, Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, they don't add value to the process. And what you get, Mr. Speaker, is people who come and start saying they want to come and face the National Assembly with red eyes. The issue is not red eyes. The issue is facts, as they are, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you go to, in the explanatory notes, Mr. Speaker, explanatory note number 9, Mr. Speaker, I would urge Kenyans, and I want to urge the senators, to take time and read what is written there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are facts, and this is what Honorable Mbandi was talking about. That as a country, we have no choice, but we must pay public debt anytime we are budgeting. We have no choice, we must pay for defense, KDF. We have no choice, we must pay for security. So even as we budget, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a lot of room to play around. And that's why you see in this table, Mr. Speaker, the only amount from the national government which was available for sharing between the national government and the county government was only 693 billion out of an expected total collection of 1.877, Mr. Speaker. Now, out of what is available, Mr. Speaker, for sharing, the 693, what has the National Assembly done? The National Assembly has allocated 330 billion to the county governments when you include the conditional grants, Mr. Speaker. Meaning, for the national government, the only amount remaining is 363 billion, Mr. Speaker. So when somebody says, Mr. Speaker, that this House is being unfair to the counties, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, this is what I call sarcasm. And Mr. Speaker, I think we must appreciate figures, because figures do not lie, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to urge the senators. And Mr. Speaker, you know, when I look at the whole process, to me, I think it's dishonesty of the highest order. We go through a mediation process, we agree 316, then the others agree on 327, and when they are publishing their bill, Mr. Speaker, they publish a bill with a figure of 335, when we had agreed on 327. So, Mr. Speaker, to me, I think this is dishonesty. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, is the whole idea of the Senate originating the Division of Revenue Bill, Mr. Speaker, is unconstitutional. And Mr. Speaker, if they had that power, why didn't they change the figure for Parliament? Why didn't they change the figure for Judiciary in their Division of Revenue Bill so that they meet this amount they're adding? It just says very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that this is the only House with the mandate to share money vertically between the national government and the county government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I want to raise is the issue of this money we have added the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The 3.6 billion, which was not there in the original bill, because the original bill, the allocation was 310. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans must know that this amount we have added, the 6.5 billion, is not, as we are talking now, is not financed. It is not funded. So somebody must sit down somewhere and think of where this money will come from. And Mr. Speaker, it is very clear. I don't expect this country to borrow money to pay salaries, Mr. Speaker. So it means at the end of the day, the national government, because of the earlier clause I mentioned, clause 5, will have now to get this money from the national government allocation, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we are saying, even as the senators think about increasing the money to the county government, Mr. Speaker, then we must be realistic to what is happening in the country. The whole issue of CRI, Mr. Speaker. CRI is very clear, clause 216 of the Constitution. It says they are expected to make recommendations, Mr. Speaker. And this recommendation must be informed by research, Mr. Speaker. That's why you find when you go to CRA, it has serious academicians, Mr. Speaker. We have serious scholars there. We have Professor Kemoyo, we have the chair herself, and other people who are serious scholars. And the essence of having these scholars there, Mr. Speaker, is they research on financial matters so that as we project our revenue collection, Mr. Speaker, it is informed by real statistics. What has happened, Mr. Speaker? Despite all this empirical evidence that we are not meeting our targets, revenue generation, then they give a recommendation to add the figure to 335. But, Mr. Speaker, I've just stated that last year, projection was 1.6. We ended up at 1.4. So, Mr. Speaker, what we need to notice, and that's why they have been told it has to be a recommendation, because their figure cannot be the Bible truth, Mr. Speaker. It can't be the Bible truth, because being an economist, Mr. Speaker, we base most of our arguments on assumptions. And there are lots of assumptions that have been put in place before this figure is arrived out. So even if the assumption does not hold, Mr. Speaker, then things are likely to change. And that's why, to me, I laugh when I hear people saying, CRA has said, as if it's the Bible. It isn't. It is a recommendation informed by empirical research, but things can change, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to offer this kind of advice to the government, to the national government, Mr. Speaker, that since we are giving the county governments a lot of grants, what we call conditional grants, Mr. Speaker, my recommendation would be, in situations where we have this kind of deadlock, Mr. Speaker, and by chair, I hope you could listen to this, because he will be presenting this. Mr. Speaker, in case we have deadlock, I recommend, Mr. Speaker, that these conditional grants, which the national government has already given to the county governments, we could easily convert them to equitable share. And then we have a solution to the problem. Otherwise, they are talking about 335, and in reality, they are getting 378.1 billion, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that would be my recommendation, that we may need to think about bringing on board more of the conditional grants being converted to equitable share, so that we don't have this problem, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to just say that this idea of the two houses going to court, Mr. Speaker, I think really, as leaders of this country, we need to be a bit serious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I like what the Chief Justice said. Budget making cannot be a judicial issue, and it will never be unless we change the Constitution. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, we must come back to our house called Parliament, where we have two chambers. We must talk in Parliament and agree on this figure. People going to judiciary are just wasting their time. Judiciary will not be able to say allocate this amount to counties. It is only this house, with concurrence with the Senate, who will say this is the amount going to the counties. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I support and urge our colleagues in the Senate to support this bill with 316.5 billion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nyaribari Chache. You see, this is why I say, Honourable Member, those of you who want to, now if I follow that one, on this side, then I'll get a member for Samburu North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to rise and support Division Revenue Bill, just as my colleagues have also talked so much about it, and I think they are on the right direction. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to the Senate that down on the ground, in the counties, most of the projects are already stalled. We are projects that were waiting for money to be released to be finished, actually stalled, have already stalled. There's also a serious issue on the issue of medicine. Medicine are not available in the hospital, especially in the county where I come from, just because there is no money to purchase the medicine. The issue is also of salaries. I'm sure if this bill does not go through because of the wrangles, salaries may not be given or paid to the staff. Yet the staff have been working tirelessly in the counties, providing services doing all sorts of work that they are supposed to do, and yet they also have needs. They also have bills. They have children. They have bills to pay. They have children to pay for school fees. But continuous wrangling and rejecting money that is allocated by the government will also worsen the situation. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to Senate that this particular bill, which is the revenue bill that we are passing, is the prerogative of this House, and we need to pass it, and they also have to accept the same. In the counties in the north, we are ravaged by the drought. We need water, we need food for our people. Most of the communities have moved away from home in search of pasture and water. The ones who are at home, they need also food, relief food because of the drought. So without this bill passing through, then we'll continue suffering because of the ravaging drought that is in our counties. The county is also in charge of the ECDs, the preschools. And again, these children also need services. They need to be taught. The children need to be taught. If the staff are not paid, the ECD teachers, then again the children will go without teaching. As well as also the food that is provided by the county to the ECD children. Those ones, that particular service is also required for the from the county to be provided by the money that we are yet to pass through here. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that I support this bill, and I want it to be fast-tracked so that money can be released to the county for the services that are required in the county.
Wait, and I'm having a problem with which members desire to call the member for Suna East.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I'll be very brief. Mr. Speaker, you have just, first the issue, the stalemate we are having on this bill, according to me, is normal. It's part of the implementation of the Constitution. We tried to implement it in 2013 when we said that the Senate has no role in this bill, and nobody listened. And then they went to the Supreme Court and got an opinion, an advisory, which is just an advisory, not binding. So they decided now to bring this lockjam and say this bill must go to the Senate, and now we are in this stalemate, as you see. But Mr. Speaker, I've just seen this afternoon that you presented a bill from the Senate, a division of revenue bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last time I checked the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, I thought money bills can only originate from the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a matter that we have to interrogate or put it to your attention so that you can do a ruling, the constitutionality of that bill, Mr. Speaker. Because this bill, this House cannot engage in an unconstitutional exercise, Mr. Speaker, as much as you have referred it to the Budget Committee, Mr. Speaker, but it is also in your ruling that a member can stand in his place anytime and seek a constitutional matter, interpretation or a constitutional issue anytime in his debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here to seek your guidance on the constitutionality of that bill that came from the Senate. Whether a money bill can originate from the Senate, Mr. Speaker, because it will be unprecedented. We shall be going against the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, and that I leave it with you in your own wisdom to decide, but Mr. Speaker, in this country, after we got the new Constitution, I think we have created a fourth arm of government called constitutional commissions, Mr. Speaker, that whatever they do or whatever they say is final, Mr. Speaker, just like the way the SRC is handling this House. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Constitution and you look at the functions of this revenue allocation, CRA, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear. And it says that this commission, their function under 216 is The principal function of this Commission on Revenue Allocation is to make recommendations, Mr. Speaker. English is very recommendations. When you recommend something, it doesn't mean that it is a final deal, Mr. Speaker. You can either reject it, you can amend it, you can accept it, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to go further than that and go to Article 2 or 3, equitable share and other financial laws. The following criteria shall be taken into account in determining the equitable share provided for under Article 202 and in all national legislation concerning county governments enacted in terms of this chapter. Number one, you must consider A, national interest. Mr. Speaker, I'm not seeing here county interest. National interest, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, when you go to D, it says the need to ensure that county governments are able to perform the functions allocated to them. To perform. The question I want to put to CRA now is this one, Mr. Speaker. When have they quantified the functions that have been devolved to counties, Mr. Speaker, under Schedule 4? Even the Senate, they have never come up with a bill that is telling us the quantification of the functions of county government, Mr. Speaker, under Article. Why can't you tell us how much is required to bury a dog, for example, when it dies? Because that's some of the functions, Mr. Speaker, of the county government. Why can't you quantify so that money can follow functions? If you tell us the functions that have been devolved to counties is 500 billion, for example, Mr. Speaker, and the justifications are here, then, Mr. Speaker, we are obliged to devolve more funds to the counties. Now we are devolving money every year, Mr. Speaker, without knowing the costing of those functions. You can't know whether a dog is buried at 10 shillings. A crematorium is 100 shillings. Environmental issues and solid waste management is 100 shillings. We must know the costings of these functions, Mr. Speaker. So CRA, Mr. Speaker, the first important matter they should deal with is to give us the costings of the functions of county government, Mr. Speaker. This is 8 years now since the Constitution was put in place, and they can't tell you how much it costs the functions of counties, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the CRA based on the amount that they have recommended for the counties to get, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, when this matter began, the Senate said that we should devolve 335 billion shillings to the counties. And the National Assembly said that we should devolve 310. Later, the Senate came down and said, let us devolve 327 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. Today, they have sent a bill to the National Assembly of 335 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. If that is not dishonesty, what do you call it? If somebody was telling yesterday, devolve 327, today is bringing a bill of 335 billion. These are the most dishonest people that you can deal with, Mr. Speaker. And now, and I see them demonstrating now. Demonstrations, as last week, I think, demonstrations were closed after the handshake, the way Honorable Duale said. The only demonstrations that are allowed in this country is when there's a presidential election dispute. The other demonstrations are not allowed, Mr. Speaker. It's illegal. Speaker, they are illegal, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in the interest of time, so that other members can get a chance to speak on this matter, because this is a very important matter, Mr. Speaker, is that this country cannot be governed by supremacy battles, Mr. Speaker. I saw Okoro Okot say that he wants to make the upper house to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, he has not also handled the functions in this bill. You need to enhance the functions of that house so that it can become an upper house. You're saying it should be an upper house, the functions remain the same. But in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there is no money that can be added to the counties. The counties have received more than 1 trillion shillings since devolution, Mr. Speaker, and there is nothing to show for it. There are some counties, okay, that have performed, I agree. Those ones, maybe we can increase money for them. This increment of funds should be based on performance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we should come up with a criteria that increment of funds to counties should be based on performance. Counties that have performed very well should receive more money. Counties that people are just pocketing almost the development money. That's what should not. Mr. Speaker, I looked at the money they're asking for at 327 billion. The highest county, the highest amount, the highest share of amount that a county will get, which is Nairobi, for example, is 300 million, Mr. Speaker. And the lowest is 47 million, which will go to Lamu. So are you telling me counties are in court, Mr. Speaker, because of 47 million? Can you imagine? They have brought this jam, this stalemate, because of 47 million shillings. And they are telling Kenyans, it's the National Assembly that has refused to give them money. We don't support the devolution. We are against it. How can we be against devolution when we have been giving money every financial year to counties, Mr. Speaker? Over 300 billion shillings. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude my discussion is that let us agree at 316, as we have said now. We have magnanimous, we have moved from 310 to 316. I think, Mr. Speaker, this is my opinion. Mr. Speaker, now that the matter is in court, when we pass this bill, 316 billion, Mr. Speaker, because as a House we believe that the Senate has no role in this bill, Mr. Speaker, after the third reading, I request and beseech you take this bill to the President for assent, so that the court will decide later whether we are right or wrong. If the court says we are wrong, then we can deal with the matter later. But for now, since we have a case and we have to do our legislative work, we have legislated and we have said this bill, the Senate has no role, take it to the President to assent it so that the counties can get their money as fast as possible, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Member Vosaku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Chief Justice. And the Chief Justice pronounced himself clearly that although there is a case in court, he thinks that the court is not the proper place to settle this perceived dispute. Mr. Speaker, what I think we should be saying, really, and we are not saying, the two houses have leaders. And I don't believe why the speakers of the two houses are being pulled into this wrangle. Both the minority and the majority side, they have leaders. The leaders must talk, because in Article 218 of our Constitution, the Division of Revenue Bill actually arrives in this House 2 months before the end of the financial year. That means that there is enough time, either on the floor of this House, even the backdoor diplomacy, for the leadership to begin to discuss. Mr. Speaker, when the Division of Revenue Bill actually comes to the National Assembly, it will have come as a negotiated bill or a negotiated document, because the origin of this document is the National Treasury. They are the ones who know what amount of money is there in the box. It is not this House or the Senate to actually know that what amount of money is likely to be collected by the end of the financial year. So it is a projection. And when it is projection, we cannot base any facts and figures to actually try to nail down issues. Mr. Speaker, I sit on the Committee of Defense and Foreign Affairs. Defense, this time round, they asked for 183 billion. We were able to only give them 121. This means that there is a hole in the defense budget of about 53 billion. Then Foreign Affairs asked for 36 billion. The only amount that Treasury was able to give them is 18 billion. These are facts. You cannot give what you don't have. Mr. Speaker, just to borrow a word from what Honorable Junet said, Our constitution is very clear. Article 203, 1, it actually says when you are talking about equitable share and other financial laws, it talks about national interest. So the national interest actually is the guiding principle or the major area of concern that all of us must take into consideration. Mr. Speaker, if you further go to Article 217, in determining basis of revenue sharing, the Senate shall take into consideration Article 203(1). So Article 203(1) is actually about national interest. So there is no way the Senate is just going to decide on a hoof or on whims of individuals or grandstanding to decide how much counties should be given. Further, Article 203 of our Constitution, in the order of things, it says the national interest, the public debt and other national obligation, the needs of the national government, which is based on objective criteria, and to enable county governments to be able to perform functions. And 5, the physical capacity and efficiency of county governments. Mr. Speaker, the current burden of our counties, because we come from 47 different counties, actually currently is burden on expenditure that involves employment, where the conceivers of the Constitution 2010, actually they had in mind that they really wanted the devolution actually to bring development, not to bring more employment. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I beg to support, and I want to urge my colleagues in the Senate to stop grandstanding, let our counties get money, and move on with the job that the people of Kenya have assigned to both Parliament and the executive at the national and the grassroots in the devolved unit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, it's because when you see the whips, honourable members, I don't know, maybe there are some members who may need to be. When you see the whips very active, you know there's something. There's a reason. Honourable Amalwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very brief. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to revenue projection, it is normally given by KRA. In the last financial year, Mr. Speaker, the projection was 1.6 trillion, but the actual one was 1.4. So in terms of percentage, it comes to 90%. So common sense dictates, Mr. Speaker, that normally we achieve 90%. So based on the amount of 335 that had been recommended by CRA, we must tabulate 90% of that. And if you tabulate 90% of that, Mr. Speaker, it comes to around 300 billion. Because we must base it on the figures. It cannot just be figures from nowhere. Of course, we are aware, Mr. Speaker, Article 95 is very clear. When it comes to determination of revenue and the vertical sharing, it is the National Assembly. 96 is also clear about the issues and the role of the Senate. It's reaching a level, Mr. Speaker, if the two houses cannot exist, it is becoming mutually exclusive. Then a decision must be made, either to scrap the Senate or maybe to decide which house should be an upper house. We've been working together as brothers, Mr. Speaker. And if we look at the words of one of the great scholars, you know, Honorable Dirangu of Kioni. Honorable Kioni knows what I was going to say. When we hear the words of Martin Luther King Jr., says this, Mr. Speaker, that we must learn to exist together as brothers, or we perish together as fools. And this is a request between the Senate and the National Assembly. We're not competing for anything, but for the interest, Mr. Speaker, of the counties. We do support that once we pass this bill, it should be taken to His Excellency the President to assent immediately so that the counties should not suffer. Mr. Speaker, it's very, very important, and my colleagues have talked about Article 203, whereby the national interest must be given a priority. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to debate too much because we want to move quickly, and if possible, we go to the committee of the whole House so that we can move forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Member of Kipipiri.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this bill, and more importantly, to underscore the risks that we are being subjected to because of these supremacy battles between the Senate and us, which led to the collapse of the mediation, which could actually bring this country to a standstill. We are already seeing the effects of that at the counties, and you can imagine what would happen if somebody was even to tamper around with the appropriation bill and bring it to a halt. And you will not even be here yourselves. There will be no money to pay you. And the Senate doesn't seem to be understanding some of these things. Now, we know a mistake was made in the last session of Parliament, which then allowed or gave this impression to Senate that they have a role to play in coming up with a division of revenue bill, when their role is very clear, is actually the horizontal allocation of revenue across the 47 counties in line with a formula that will have been passed by this House. That is all they're expected to do. And to confirm that their allocation, then they bring us here and we pass and we give them the money. But we are not there, and I believe it's something, Mr. Speaker, that needs to be revisited so that we can now become very clear going forward. Should we be having two bills or only one bill? And my view is we should only be having one bill. So any other bill that has come from the Senate, for us, is purely for information purposes. And we should continue with our bill and save this country from possible issues, negative implications. The other thing I want to mention, and I believe the money we are allocating, the money we are sharing, is money from the people of Kenya. Is the wananchi we are telling to pay taxes, then we can offer services to them. Now, when Senate wants to give more money to the counties, what they should be telling us and telling the people of Kenya is we are also proposing that we increase your taxes by so much so that money can go to your governors. Instead, Mr. Speaker, what the Senate should be doing is sitting down with the Council of Governors, is looking at ways of enhancing the economic performances of the counties so that the counties can generate more local revenue to supplement their issues. The county of Lamu, for example, if the money we are talking about here, arguing about increase, if it were to be given, it's only 50 million. The county of Lamu can generate that 50 million internally if the conditions are right and if the governors stop misusing the money as they are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't need to waste a lot of time. Let's go per the law. And we were there from the beginning. We knew why we went to Bomas. We knew why the certain functions were given to the National Assembly. Some certain functions were given to the Senate. The fact that they were given through an advisory, a function that does not belong to them, we should not live with that mistake. And let us start correcting those things from today by now passing the bill, and then we have it assented to, and then we move forward. Asante, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief for the benefit of time and in order to enable us move to the next level. First of all, I must state without doubt that Kenyans and members of parliament support devolution 100%, but they support reasonable devolution and sober devolution that ordinarily uses funds devolved to them for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think where we have an issue here is pure a matter of either deliberate misinterpretation or mere grandstanding. Article 114 is specifically clear who starts, who generates
What's the point of order?
money
What's
bill.
the point of order? Yes, Honorable Nasir.
Mr. Speaker, will I be in order understanding Order 95, considering the mood of this House and the need of Kenyans, that we just call the mover to reply? It's very, very clear counties need money, and we've debated this. The mover simply needs to reply. Thank you.
Maybe the member for Funyula, 1 more minute, then I...
Thank you,
we will
Honorable
test that
Speaker.
mood.
I would want, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, because many of my colleagues have ventilated on this issue, I just want to put a question. I want to ask you, Mr. Speaker, I might not be suitable to give you advice, but I think we need to specifically go back to Article 114 that generally mandates this House to generate and enact money bills. We request that to have courage to resist pressure from the Senate and allow this bill we are going to pass today to become law and not subject to mediation, because first of all, reading even Article 218 does not even in any way confer this bill as if it's an ordinary bill that can go for mediation. Or to honor the dignity of this House, please present this bill to the President to enact so that the true position, the true levels of this House is noticed by the people of Kenya. With those few remarks, I support.
Well, Ms. Honorable Nasir, member from Vita Rus, in his place, and the claim that given the mood in the House, that the mover be called upon to reply, then the only way that the Speaker is able to test and taste that mood is by putting the question. I therefore put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Aye. As many as a contrary opinion say no? No. The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And in reply, Honorable Speaker, let me just thank members for the support that they have expressed, and indeed even on calling me on me to reply. And Honorable Speaker, maybe just by closing from what the member of Funyula was speaking about, in terms of whether this is a bill that should go into to mediation or to the other House, Honorable Speaker. I think, Honorable Speaker, as much as we respect the opinion that was expressed by the Supreme Court in 2013, Honorable Speaker, Article 95 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, is very clear and specific that the National Assembly determines the allocation of national revenue between the levels of government as provided in Part 4 of Chapter 12 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, therefore, I think I would want to agree with what the Honorable Member for Funyula was insinuating. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, in terms of Article 203, in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, 203 sub-article 203(1)(d), Honorable Speaker, speaks as to what CRA should be doing, Honorable Speaker. And I think this is where CRA is failing this country in terms of being able to determine the cost of functions. And 203 sub-article D says that in determining what amount to be allocated to which level of government, that we should look at the need to ensure that county governments are able to perform the functions allocated to them. And that is where, Honorable Speaker, CRA has a role to cost the functions of the county governments and be able to determine on the basis of costed functions, Honorable Speaker. And let me thank you as chairman of the Parliamentary Service Commission, Honorable Speaker, because I can confirm to the country that indeed, other than Parliament, there is no other agency or ministry or organ of government that has costed its functions. It is only Parliament that can tell you how much it costs to run this House, or even indeed to keep a single member of Parliament or a senator in the House every year, Honorable Speaker. And that is what CRA should be doing, to tell us how much does it cost to deliver water to each household per county? How much does it cost to deliver health care to each household or to each individual in a county, in a particular county, so that they advise, as we have been told by the Honorable Junet, to advise or to make recommendations on how much should go to the counties based on functions that are costed. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply and ask honorable members to support. Thank you.
Honourable members, I therefore put the question, which is that the Division of Revenue, number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say no? The ayes of it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally between the national and county governments in the 2019-2020 financial year and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 15, Committee of the Whole House.
Order members, we will be through very quickly. We'll be through very quickly. And we are now on the Division of Revenue Bill, Committee of the Whole House.
Clauses 3, 4, and 5.
I propose the question which is at clauses 3, 4, and 5 be part of the bill. I put the question which is at clauses 3, 4, and 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I propose the question which is that the schedule be part of the bill. I put the question which is that the schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question which is at clause 2 be part of the bill. I put the question which is at clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question which is at the title be the title to the bill. And I put the question which is at the title be the title to the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question which is at clause 1 be part of the bill. We don't seem also to have an amendment to this one, so I put the question which is at clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it, and that marks the end of that particular bill. So I call the chairperson to move reporting. The mover of the bill, sorry.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move the committee do reports to the House its consideration of the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, and its approval thereof without amendments.
And I put the question, order members, I put the question which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, and its approval thereof without amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Order.
No, by the way, the procedure is wrong. Mr. Speaker, you don't have
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Kioni to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House, subject to recommittal of Clause 1.
Honorable Kioni. Well, that is done. So I propose a question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Order, members. Order. Order. So I propose a question again, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have forgotten to give the commencement date. That's why we want to recommit, so that we finish with it.
Okay.
Yeah, the bill must have
Who
a
is
commencement.
moving recommittal?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following words, subject to recommittal of Clause 1, and request Honorable Kioni to second.
Just a minute, honorable members. Let me tidy up a few things here. You come here because I have to. Order, just a minute, honorable members. There are some few housekeeping matters that are being sorted out here. And therefore, it's okay.
Order, members. Order, members. I go on to put a question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, subject to recommittal of Clause 1. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Next order.
Committee of the Whole House.
Order, members, take your seats. Take your seats. It is a quick one. There is a recommittal which we are now going to transact, and that is the recommittal of clause 1.
Clause 1.
I propose a question which is that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Sorry, honorable members, I propose the question which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. Let's have the mover moving the particular amendment to clause 1. Proceed, Honorable.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move the following amendment, that clause 1 be amended to read that the clause be amended by inserting the words shall come into force upon publication in the Gazette.
Okay. Very well. So I propose the question which is that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chairperson, Budget Committee. Do we have any member who wants to speak to it? I see none. So I put the question which is that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair, Budget Committee, Honorable Ishungwa. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contra opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So we call the mover again to move reporting. Yeah, move reporting now.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, and its approval thereof with amendment.
So I put the question which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contra opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
So Ipana amerudi. Mr. Speaker became Njoroge. Alijifanya speaker. Usitoke. Chairperson.
The chairperson? Honorable Chair?
Yes, I thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover, Chair?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee of in the said report. I also request Honorable Leader of Majority, Honorable Duales, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Leader of Majority? Other members? Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Do I put it that we go on? Honorable members, I go on to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Mover?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Madam, I beg to move the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Kioni to second.
Honorable Kioni? You're done. Honorable Kioni? Honorable members, order Honorable Millie. Order, Millie. I go on to propose the question, honorable members, which is that the Division of Revenue number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019 be now read a third time. Honorable members, I go on to put the question, and I confirm that we are appropriate in putting on the question, which is that the Division Revenue Bill number 2, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2019, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally between the national and county governments in the 2019-2020 financial year and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 16, motion, ratification of the agreement for the setting up of a regional maritime information exchange and sharing mechanism and the coordination of operations at sea.
Honorable members, debate is to begin. Order, members. Members who are walking out, please do so quietly. Honorable members, the question on this motion was proposed, and we are now going into debate. I see a number of members interested in contributing. Let's start with the Honorable Gishimu Githinji, member for Ndaragwa. No. What happened? You just pulled out your card, or what happened? Now I have the member for Ndaragwa coming up as the one on top. Member for Gishugu, you want to contribute? You're not ready. And I see Honorable Kioni has also gone down. You ready? Okay. Honorable Kioni?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to this motion. I was here yesterday when the mover did quite some elaborate work. And Madam Speaker, I think it is important that as a country we make sure that these conventions and ratifications thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that is one of the problems we are having in the country, because I think we have taken quite a number of things for granted. That is not the way you behave when you are out there going out of Parliament. You don't make any noise. You just exit quietly, because there's nothing honorable about exiting. Yeah, but you don't consult by pointing at the Speaker. That is not what used to be done. But again, just like with the Senate, we have many people who need to understand their role. The Senate is giving us difficulties because of confusion among their members. But I wanted to just say two things, Madam Speaker. One is that this motion that was moved ably yesterday by a member within the Defense Committee it's in line with the requirement of the Constitution. And it was not in vain that this requirement was put in the Constitution, that all treaties, all conventions that are signed out there are brought to the National Assembly. This is not a case with many other countries. Many countries still have the position that once the executive has ratified, it becomes binding upon the country. But in our case, we require it to be brought to Parliament so that we can, one, get, even if not to do amendment, and I think we can do amendments, we take note of it, and we are also informed as a country and as people's representative, we are fully in the know on the commitments that the executive will have gotten into. and so that we all as Kenyans agree to it and move on. But Madam Speaker, it is important. I noticed that we were the last country to ratify or to even sign this agreement, and we did it almost a year later. And we are now debating this again quite later in the day, in the sense that this whole signing and ratification was done more than 1 year ago by all the other countries. And I think it is important that we look for ways of putting some speed in the documents that we need to ratify, so that we are not seen by our neighbors, our partners, as the ones who are delaying these processes. But it is important that we make sure that our maritime is also properly managed. We have the proper defense, the proper security put around it, and we also are able to inform our partners of any happenings within the ocean, so that we all benefit from it. And with those general remarks, I wish to support.
Well said. Let's have the Honorable Member for Nyaribari Chache, Honorable Tongi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maritime is a key concern for any country, and particularly a country like Kenya, because of its strategic needs and nature. Madam Speaker, we are lucky that we have waters within our borders, and these waters, we must get a way of managing them in a way that is going to help Kenyans to grow the economy, Kenyans to get employment opportunities, Kenyans to get opportunities that come from the waters, Madam Speaker. But to do that, we must be able to put some structures in place, which structures, Madam Speaker, would inform the usage of the waters that is within our borders. Madam Speaker, if you see the other developed economies, like India, which is the 6th biggest economy in the world, you go to Canada, you go to USA, and many other countries, Madam Speaker, they've been able to use the resources of water much more better than we have done. But one of the things they had ensured that they put in place before they start using it is the security and the systems. And as a country, I think we want to do that. And that's why there is need to ratify this agreement, so that the neighborhood, our neighboring countries, will also be able to support and ensure that we're all doing the same thing, Madam Speaker. There are many things which are being covered under this maritime agreement, ratification, Madam Speaker, and most of those would actually, they're all meant to make the resources that God has given us more of a blessing than a curse. And that's why we need some agreement. We have seen cases of where fish is being harvested even before it achieves its maturity, Madam Speaker. And when we do this, we are, of course, affecting the future. We might have we'll harvest today, make the money, but in long term, we are going to hurt the economy, because we need to grow this. They need to recreate. They need to grow numbers. And to grow numbers, we must have some systems in place, which, of course, must be respected by all users of the waters that we have access to, Madam Speaker. Not to mention the security system that it must be put in place. Because, Madam Speaker, we all know that the waters is a huge transit point for most of the resources and even the goods that we are using in our country and the neighboring countries and all over the world, Madam Speaker. The biggest transport that is used on earth is the water transport. And the water transport must be managed in such a way that it's beneficial to the users, in ways that it ensures there's no terrorism, for lack of a better word. There's no banditry in the waters, Madam Speaker, that when you're moving your goods from one point to the next one, you are not scared, you are not looking over your shoulder to see who is about to attack you, because then that increases the cost of running the transport business, Madam Speaker. If the waters are not clear and they are not safe, Madam Speaker, we are going to have to invest a lot of money in terms of security, making sure that whenever we are moving some goods from one place to the next one, they have to be accompanied by the Kenya Army or the Marines or the security people, and that's a cost, Madam Speaker, which cost, of course, must be passed on to the consumer. And when that happens, Madam Speaker, the goods that we are going to sell will become very expensive. And hence, the poor person in the village who has no idea, who has no capacity to protect themselves from this kind of scenarios, Madam Speaker, will have to pay the price for that negligence. And that's why I want to thank our government under the leadership of the President, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and his Deputy, William Samoei Ruto, for having made this as a priority for Kenya, because once we have it operationalized, Madam Speaker, we are all going to harvest and we are going to gain. It's a win-win situation for everybody, and it's a win that I think our country is ready for. It's something which is long overdue, and we all must be able to support this for the good of the country, Madam Speaker. As I finish, Madam Speaker, I remember what my chairman, Honorable former CS Kato, said when we had this discussion, and he helped us to appreciate and understand the import of this maritime ratification, what it means, and the import it has to the economy and general well-being of the country, Madam Speaker. And when I say this, Madam Speaker, I also have in mind the issues that we have with the neighboring country like Somalia. And I'm hoping that with this kind of arrangement, with this kind of ratification, Madam Speaker, even these issues that we have with our neighboring country, Somalia, will come to an end by natural attrition, Madam Speaker, because it's an issue we don't need. Because if you look at the kind of friendship, and you look at the prices Kenyans have paid towards ensuring Somalia is a safe country, Madam Speaker, it's not worth. You cannot. There is no amount of concern that should allow these two countries not to agree on issues which are mutually beneficial to both countries, Madam Speaker. I'm hoping with this in place, Madam Speaker, as a country we'll be able to have a more organized way of interacting, a more organized way of relating with our neighbors, and in the process, all of us will be able to get the best from the waters, which is supposed to be the case, Madam Speaker, because God gave us these resources to be used for everybody, to be used by all of us, for the good of the society, for the good of the country, and to make our world a better place to live in. Just like what Mother Teresa said once upon a time, Madam Speaker, that sometimes we keep on whining and saying, why is it that the country has failed? Why is it that the economy is not doing as well as it should? And not asking ourselves that what is it that we have done to make our world a better place to live in. Just in those words of Mother Teresa, Madam Speaker, I want to say that if all of us can clean the front of our houses, the entire world will be a very clean environment to live in. And I believe in those words, Madam Speaker, and that's why I think as a country we have done our bit by ratifying this treaty, and of course with the neighboring countries, some of them have already done it, and I'm sure some are on the course of doing it, so that all of us can clean the front of our houses, and then the world will be a very clean environment to live in. That way we'll be able to mitigate the issues that we are seeing today between UK and Iran, which is a standoff, really not necessary. But I think with this kind of arrangement, some of those issues will be mitigated, and we'll ensure that they don't happen and happen in our waters, because it's a sin that we don't need. It's a sin which is costly, and it brings tension where there is no need for tension. With those very many words, Madam Speaker, I support the ratification. Thank you.
Member for Seme, Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, let me start by decrying what we declared yesterday, that when it comes to discussing treaties, we actually take it very lightly. And, Madam Speaker, these are extremely important. This is an extremely important function of the House. This is how we interact with the international world. And there are a lot of resources that are actually involved. And Madam Speaker, you do not only see it in the House here, but sometimes even when you go to international meetings where these things are negotiated, people take it lightly, particularly from developing countries, particularly Africa. While you see the other people sit long into the night, come with hordes of experts, because they know what it means. But when it's come to our part, we don't discuss them seriously. Then when we come here, we then commit the country in the international legal system, in this case maritime system, while we really didn't go into it. I hope that the committees do their work, because it then appears it is the committees that actually do the serious work that is required. In regard to this, Madam Speaker, in the issues, maritime issues, a lot is in the sea. The movement of goods, most of the goods in the world are actually moved through the sea, a large portion of it. And we are in that part of trade. It matters to us how these are transported, the laws that regard them, the securities that with them, even the quality of the goods that are transported. And that actually has to link with the laws, the maritime laws, and the treaties that are involved. Madam Speaker, in the sea, in the maritime issues, there are a lot of resources, mining, oil, and that is the reason we're having a dispute with Somalia, because we know or we suspect there is a lot of resources there. So again, these are the laws that will actually guide this. And so our relations in this, the information sharing in this is extremely important. Madam Speaker, if you look at climate changes, again, have a lot to do with the sea. The impact of storms, how it affects the transport of people, the transport of goods, and also how it actually affects us on land. A lot of climate changes actually arise from the land and impact very gravely on land. Tsunamis, storms, and so on. So these are things we should actually be keenly aware of. If you look at fishing, large-scale fishing, again, our fishermen will actually be disadvantaged if you are not clearly informed of the processes that are in the sea. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted once again to say that these are things we should look at very carefully and we should take them very seriously. And with that, I support this, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Metito Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to rise to support this motion and really thank the mover, who is a member of my committee, the Honorable Didaraso, who really moved it very well and he understood it very well. This is a very difficult subject. The issue of maritime is very technical, and very few really people understand it, but the mover really made us to understand the general view and the general issues surrounding the maritime. This agreement, Madam Speaker, is an agreement between 7 countries. And the 7 countries form, that is Kenya being one of them. We have Mauritius, we have Djibouti, we have the Union of Comoros, Madagascar, Seychelles, and we also have France. And surprisingly, France is coming because it's being said that France is the other islands that I've talked about within Indian Ocean, they are called French overseas territory. So that's how France is coming in. And these 7 states form what is being referred to in the agreement, the Western Indian Ocean region. And the agreement is about bringing together the coordination of maritime operations among these 7 states. It was actually signed by Kenya on November last year, actually during the time we were having the Blue Economy Conference here in Nairobi. And then later on, the cabinet ratified and authorized it to be transmitted to National Assembly as required by law for consideration. And Madam Speaker, but later on they were concluded, all of them now, the 7 states, they were concluded in a meeting which was called the Indian Ocean Commission, because all these 7 countries again form what is called the Indian Ocean Commission, and Kenya is a member, as I've reported. And the main issue is that these coastal states, they are called the Western Indian Ocean coastal states. There is a lot And for instance, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. There is also piracy. There is also armed robbery at the sea. And of course, the unauthorized exploitation of maritime resources. There are so many resources in the maritime, that is in the sea, within these states' territorial areas. And also there is also what we call the exclusive zones, economic zones, exclusive economic zones along this coastal line. And because of all these threats of illegal activities, there was need to have a coordinated response. Because of course you understand that this Indian Ocean coastal line is very fast and long as well. And so really cannot be, in terms of security operations, it is not possible for one state to undertake them very effectively. So there was need to pull together resources, synergy, and experience, and capacity for that matter, and do a coordinated response to the threats I have mentioned above. And of course, there is also limited resources in terms of budget, financial resources that are required to support the naval operations, because the operation along the sea are done by the ships, and it is very expensive actually. We were made to understand that actually fueling one ship per day, it costs fuel alone per day to monitor the operations at the sea, these illegal activities. In a day, it will consume Kenya shillings 10 million in one day. So this is a very expensive exercise, Madam Speaker, both in terms of time, in terms of resources, in terms of expertise, and therefore there is need to have a coordinated response to it and a coordinated use of financial resources to do this. And that's the reason why these states came together to form this Indian Ocean Commission, as well as the Western Indian Ocean, they call it the Western Indian Ocean Coastal States. And Madam Speaker, as I have said, coming together will provide a regional framework for undertaking joint coordinated operation by the state parties. And also, it will also provide a framework that is necessary to coordinate search and rescue operations, because these illegal operations, at times they even become abduction of human beings. It has happened many times along our coastal region, especially in the Lamu area. And so there is need for a fast coordination of search and rescue operation. And this cannot be done unless a mechanism is put in place where these member states can share real-time or near real-time information along the coastal region, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, two institutions were formed. One is the Regional Coordination Operation Center. It's based in Seychelles. And the other one is called, which is based in Madagascar. It is called Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center. Those are the two bodies that are under this commission. One, as I said, is called the Regional Coordination Operation Center. It's based in Seychelles, and actually this country that hosts that institution is going to provide the budget for the day-to-day operations of running that institution. So it's not easy, actually. Some countries are really going an extra mile to bear the cost of manning this industry, this Indian coastal region. So this center, based in Seychelles, will coordinate joint operation between the party states. And these party states have also committed to do or to conduct joint training and exercises, because there should be a lot of training. As I said, this is still a new area that there is a lot to be exploited, both in terms of training and exercises, and therefore they are going to conduct joint training and exercises among the 7 states. And this actually will enhance the capacity of each of the state parties to undertake maritime operation. Capacity building is very necessary, because this is a very dynamic field, so it keeps really changing, especially the tactics, the strategies that are required to, avert these threats, and therefore continuous training is key. And on our side, the Kenya Navy and the Kenya Coast Guard will therefore benefit a lot in terms of, as said, capacity building. So it is a plus, it's a positive that we think our Kenya Navy and our Coastal Guard, which was newly formed, that is the Kenya Coast Guard, are going to benefit a lot in terms of these joint training and exercises. Madam Speaker, it is also an opportunity to suppress, before they even happen, these threats in the Western Indian Ocean. And therefore, by extension, as my vice have said earlier, it will contribute to national security of the Republic of Kenya, and of course, the overall economy of this country. The one I said is based in Madagascar is called, just because of my time running out, the Regional Maritime Information Center, Fusion Center, is expected to receive information, and this is what I said, is going to be shared on real-time or near real-time basis. But most importantly is that, just to conclude, countries will have a say. They can decide what to share and what not to share. If you think this is important for your national security as a state, then you will keep it for your own.
Did you forget you're contributing as an ordinary contributor? No, I'll give you 1 minute to conclude. Okay, fine. I thought you still, you are contributing as a chair of the committee. The Honorable Ibrahim Sahal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't know a lot about maritime, but I did a bit of research. And Madam Speaker, there are existing threats within the Western India Ocean, such as illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing, piracy and armed robbery in the sea, unregulated exploitation of maritime resources within the state's territorial sea, and exclusive economic zone. To reduce or suppress these challenges, it is coordinated approach. Madam Speaker, the agreement provides a framework for the conduct of the joint coordinated operation between the Western Indian Ocean states. It also provides a framework for coordinated search and rescue of persons operations at sea. Consequently, it will suppress the maritime threats in the Western Indian Ocean, hence enhance maritime security, which will repel effects of increased maritime traffic to the port of Mombasa, thus improve the economy. Madam Speaker, I urge this House to rectify this agreement. Thank you.
Honorable Nakara Lodepe, member for Turkana Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion. Madam Speaker, first of all, I belong to that committee. Before we came up with this idea to bring this document to this honorable House, we went through both sides to see the advantages and disadvantages of this business in our country. Madam Speaker, we felt that this regional maritime will help us to curb the issue of pirates in our seas, and also it will help us to get support from our friends to curb the issue of terrorism that takes place along the sea. Madam Speaker, another issue, we felt like we shall have protection as a country because we shall have a block. And whenever we have a problem, this block will come on our rescue. This block will come on our side to help. So, Madam Speaker, we felt we should go for it because when there's a danger, when we have a problem in our sea, we have some friends on our side who will stand with us. Like now, issue of Somalia, Madam Speaker, you have seen what's going on. If we will go to that extent, then our partners in this global agreement will help us. Madam Speaker, another issue is about the protection of maritime fishes inside the sea. Madam Speaker, many parts of the world have been using the sea as a dumping site of many things that actually have spoiled the maritime objects in our seas. So when we have the monitoring, Madam Speaker, we will actually curb that issue, and we shall not have the posting of unwanted products or items in our seas, and that will make even the sea safe for the animals and other fishes inside the seas. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support it. Thank you.
Member for Mosop.
Madam Speaker, I'm raising understanding order number 95. Having listened to what my colleagues have contributed on this matter, I beg to have this matter the mover be called to reply.
Very well, Honorable Mosop, member for Mosop. You are actually just a bit too late because there was no other interest in contributing. So you are squarely in order, in other words. So we shall not even have the need to prosecute your motion. I'll just go straight to call upon the mover to reply. Honorable Rasu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the contributors to this particular motion. I want to say in conclusion the following, that the Indian Ocean Rim is a center of major interest for the world navies. Currently, there are about 10 major navies that are actually operating within the Indian Ocean. But for us as the Republic of Kenya, this is a strategic necessity to take interest and participate in maritime activities that takes place within our national waters and also within the regional waters. Madam Speaker, the two instruments that have been brought before this House, the Maritime Information Center and also the Cooperation of Operation at Sea, are two instruments for the purpose of security, safety, and also sharing of information and intelligence sharing, which in itself is very important for the security of our nation. Madam Speaker, the threats and challenges that are there within our EEZ, exclusive economic zone, and also within our territorial waters are things like drug trafficking, illegal fishing, piracy, hijacking of vessels, movement of contraband goods, vessels going down that require search and rescue. So there are many activities that go on out there. For that reason, these two instruments will allow us to get information from the partner states and also for both the Coast Guard and our Navy to be able to react to any eventuality. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to move. Thank you.
Honorable Russell, you're actually replying. Just confirm that you're
Well
replying
guided,
for the record.
Madam Speaker. I beg to reply.
Very well. We shall defer the putting of the question, having come to the end of debate on this motion, until we have it next in the order paper. Next order.
Order number 17, motion. Senate amendment to the Public-Private Partnerships Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2017.
I order that we defer this other motion. I think the leader of majority has requested that we defer it. And so let's move to the next one.
Order number 18, motion. Session of paper number 2 of 2018 on the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Policy.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, Honorable Cheptumo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on sessional paper number 2 of 2018 on the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Policy laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th June 2019, and further adopts the sessional paper number 2 of 2018 on the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Policy. Madam Speaker, National Sessional Paper number 2 of 2018 on the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Policy from the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice was laid on the table of the House on 22nd of November 2018 and thereafter committed to the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and report back to the House, Madam Speaker, which indeed we were able to conclude and be able to table our report on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, the policy was developed in response to a directive by the President during the second State of the Nation address in Parliament in 2015, in which he denounced corruption and directed that the Office of the Attorney General indeed develops a legislative and policy framework for fighting corruption to ensure success in fighting the fights of anti-corruption. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, as I address this House, we know the situation the country is currently with regard to the issue of corruption. The government continues, Madam Speaker, to demonstrate goodwill to fight corruption. We have institutions that are mandated, Madam Speaker, to deal with this issue of corruption. But, Madam Speaker, over the years, we have never had a policy, a legal framework that enables and guides the country in developing appropriate legislations that can help and strengthen the institutions we have in fighting corruption. And so when the head of state directed that a policy be developed by the Attorney General, that was done. And this policy, therefore, was brought to the House. And, Madam Speaker, the report before the House is so elaborate on measures, legislative interventions we need to put in place so that then we are able to fight this corruption in a more effective manner. We have a number of institutions that fight corruption and other agencies, Madam Speaker, which play a critical role. but there is no uniformity. And so you find there's a lot of double, in terms of operations, Madam Speaker, you realize there is conflict in some of the operations of these institutions. So the National Ethics and Corruption Policy therefore intends to provide a comprehensive framework for the design and development of an effective legal institutional framework for fighting corruption and promoting ethics and integrity in our country. So, Madam Speaker, it's not just about fighting corruption. It's also about enhancing integrity for our people, so that when we enhance integrity in the lives of our young people, of our leaders, then it can have an impact of actually reducing the chances of Kenyans participating in corruption. So it's not just about fighting corruption. It is ensuring that we have mechanisms that can be able to enhance and build strong integrity for our value systems for our children as they grow. Madam Speaker, the committee considered the policy at the sittings, about 4 sittings. And the Attorney General appeared before our committee, and also the CEO of the EACC, that is the anti-corruption, and we're able to discuss this document, the policy, the experience, the practicability of those issues, because they are the ones actually who developed the policy and brought before this House. And so the information we have, Madam Speaker, the report we have is a report that is actually well coordinated in terms of discussion, and we're able to put in place. Even the public also, Madam Speaker, was also involved, so that they are able to give their inputs, and we got a lot of support from various stakeholders, Madam Speaker. And while considering the sessional paper and making recommendations, the committee was guided by the existing procedure and modalities of operations of the National Assembly and derived from the Constitution of our Republic, Acts of Parliament, National Assembly standing orders, conventions, practices, and rulings of the Speaker. Madam Speaker, because of the time, let me say that I may not really wish to go through the entire report. I just want to go to specific areas which I feel are critical in enabling this House to understand the essence of this policy. In developing the policy, Madam Speaker, the committee was informed by the need for a systematic ethics, integrity, and anti-corruption policy that responds to the complex. Madam Speaker, corruption is a very complex vice. It comes in very many forms. And depending on the form that comes, it requires to be, again, handled in a different manner. So we should be able to look at the complexity of this fight of anti-corruption. The ethics, again, becomes critical in all this. So this is the kind of, this is a dynamic nature of corruption, which is complicated by globalization, technological and advancement, and prevailing trends in transnational crime. So, Madam Speaker, the whole issue about corruption is becoming complex. People design various forms of how to engage in corruption activities and so on. So we should also be able to move with the changes and be able to deal with this situation as we move forward. This policy seeks to ensure that the existing legal framework for preventing and fighting against corruption, which include laws, regulations, codified policies, executive orders, institutional arrangements, is streamlined and harmonized to enhance efficiency in the fight against corruption. Madam Speaker, if you see what's happening now, we have, for example, the EACC as a body that is mandated to, assist the country in fighting corruption. But we have other agencies also, like, for example, the witness protection agencies. We have, like, the National Steering Committee on Anti-Corruption, which is under the AG. We have now the new team on asset recovery. All these are institutions and agencies, Madam Speaker, which are regulated by various statutes, various regulations, and there is need to harmonize all this so that we don't have duplication of roles, which at the end of the day may not actually help us in fighting the corruption. So the policy that is now before the House, which we seek that the House approves, will help legislations, interventions, so that, Madam Speaker, we are able then to harmonize all these laws and regulations, so that it makes it easy for us to move. So that when the DCI, for example, is playing a role in terms of investigation, when the EACC does a similar role of receiving reports of corruption, investigating some of them, and then the DPP is waiting to evaluate the evidence gathered by EACC or by DCC, and you connect again with the asset recovery group. All these are things that we need to harmonize so that we are able to move together. The implementation of the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Policy is expected to provide an effective, coordinated, and enforceable anti-corruption policy in keeping with the country's national goals, as well as Kenya's obligation under the various anti-corruption instruments to which it is a state party. Madam Speaker, we are not just dealing with this situation in Kenya. Kenya is a signatory to so many bodies fighting corruption. And in those countries and in those bodies, they have clear policy directions. What has been done in Kenya over the years is that we have never had a policy that is guiding us in developing the laws, and even in terms of developing the appropriate legislations. The specific objectives of the policy, if you allow me, Madam Speaker, just to very quickly read, because it is important for the House to appreciate all this. It is to enhance coordination and synergy of all stakeholders in the fight against corruption, to generate efficient and sustainable political support for the fight against corruption. Madam Speaker, you can have all the laws, you can have the institutions, but political will is critical. And not only political will, but commitment even by those institutions to ensure that before you take a Kenyan to a court of law, you have done comprehensive investigations, you have evidence that can sustain a case in court, you have been able to take into account all the factors that are necessary. So that, Madam Speaker, there are 3 stages in this process of, there is the issue of investigations, there is the process of, after investigations, you talk of taking somebody to court, that's the prosecution itself, and then finally the conviction. And I would like to say, even as we deal with the policy on anti-corruption, unless and until, Madam Speaker, we see convictions arising from the anti-corruption cases, Madam Speaker, even the general public confidence in the fight against corruption by the government and by the institutions, Madam Speaker, will still not be received with a lot of support. And therefore, this policy, therefore, will be able to set the parameters so that a DPP, for example, sitting in his office, should not be able just to pass because the DCI or EACC have recommended, should be able again to go beyond that, because at the end of the day, is the one to go to court and prosecute that particular case. It is also intended to strengthen the legal and institutional framework for anti-corruption, ethics, and integrity, to enhance public participation and engagement in the war against corruption, to intensify efforts towards the fight against corruption in the devolved system of government. Madam Chair, when we came up with the devolution, it was intended that this devolution benefits our people in the counties. But going by the current statistics, you realize again that corruption again has been devolved to those counties, and in a big, big way. And you've seen governors being, arraigned to court. You've seen investigations going on now. And this is the same issue that now, this policy now is again enabling us to refocus in those devolved systems or counties so that we are able to deal with it, to establish an effective monitoring and evaluation framework for anti-corruption initiative. Madam Speaker, upon studying sessional paper number 2 of 2018, a national ethics and corruption policy, we made the following observations. One, Madam Speaker, and it's very important, presently, there are several laws that govern the fight against corruption. However, challenges still persist in their implementation. Madam Speaker, if there is a country which has sufficient legal, statutes, laws to fight corruption, I think Kenya, we are one of that country. But unfortunately, we still have these fights with us. Why? That is the problem that we want to deal with. How do we deal with a challenge that still persists in the implementation? The existing challenges in the anti-corruption sector have been occasioned by, among others, the lack of an policy in guide, development of legal framework in fighting corruption in Kenya, which we are now developing, and the current fight against corruption has been hampered by lack of coordination of all agencies involved in the fight against corruption. Madam Speaker, I think I've been able to stress that point. The committee therefore recommends, I want to summarize, to the House as follows. Madam Speaker, we recommend that the House approves Cabinet's implementation of sessional paper number 2 of 2018 on the national ethics and anti-corruption policy. Madam Speaker, it is important for the House and the country to realize that this really was a decision of the cabinet. So that even in our discussions as a committee, we were able to receive the memoranda from the cabinet, meaning there is commitment, there is a political will to fight these fights. So we're proposing that, Madam Speaker, that cabinet approval be approved, the cabinet's implementation, that is the policy, sessional paper. Number 2, we recommend that following the adoption of this policy, on matters related to anti-corruption should be guided by the provisions of the national ethics and anti-corruption policy. Number 3, in the interest of time, Madam Speaker, there is need to strengthen the capacity of all agencies involved in the fight against corruption to facilitate the expedition of investigations, prosecutions, adjudication of corruption, economic crimes, cases, and incidences of violation of ethics in the conduct of public affairs. Madam Speaker, one challenge we have, and I'm saying this as the chair of CHILAC, is that these institutions don't have enough resources. If you look at our recent budget allocations, you look at the Office of the Attorney General, which is hosting most of these institutions. You look at the money given to DPP, to DCI, not DCI, but EACC, witness protection. Madam Speaker, the resources are so little, and they are unable to function as required. And even when it comes to salaries for the staff, they are not well paid. So there is need, as a matter of policy, as a matter of urgency, Madam Speaker, that enough resources is given to these institutions. The 5th recommendation, that the communication strategy in the anti-corruption campaign must be accompanied by other necessary additional, including increasing public participation, building trust in institutions, and enhancing access to information. That is another critical recommendation we are making. All agencies involved, that is number 5, all agencies involved in the fight against corruption should come up with a proper mechanism to improve coordination of anti-corruption efforts. Again, the issue of synergy between these institutions is critical. Madam Speaker, I want to really say that as we discuss, as we debate this policy, sessional paper, policy on anti-corruption, it is important for us to know that the people that are vested with the responsibility of creating the necessary environment to war against corruption to succeed, Madam Speaker, is this House. We have the capacity to pass the laws. We have the capacity to allocate resources. And I will, Madam Speaker, even as we move to the next allocation in the next coming budget, it's supplementary. I will be seeking for further funding based on our recommendation here. So that, Madam Speaker, we should not have the EACC before us or DPP before us saying you don't have enough money to hire prosecutors, to hire investigators, to buy equipment, and so on. That is a critical area. And I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that this House has the capacity, constitutional capacity, to be able to strengthen these institutions. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to request and say that indeed I would like to urge this House to adopt the report of the Departmental Committee.
I believe he still has more time.
Madam,
Yes.
I wish to, with those remarks, Madam Speaker, I would like to urge this House to adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on sessional paper number 2 of 2018 on the national ethics and anti-corruption policy, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th of June, 2019. And I want to thank members of this committee. We spent time and be able to come up with a very comprehensive report, Madam Speaker, and therefore I move and I request Honorable Mutai, who is also a member of the committee and also a legal mind, to second. And of course, one of my senior colleagues in the profession, again, Honorable Kion, is also here. I'm sure Madam Chair, you'll keep her. So I request Honorable Mutai to second.
Very well, very well. The member for Bureti, Honorable Mutai Kiplangat, for seconding.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do rise, Madam Speaker, to support this sessional paper number 2 of 2018.
You rise to second.
To second, sorry. I rise to second, Madam Speaker, sessional paper number 2 of 2018. And in brief, Madam Speaker, I just want to say it's a policy whose time has come. Currently, Madam Speaker, we have several agencies dealing on corruption in this country. And it's about time that we come up with a paper that will harmonize their work. The legislation present currently is sufficient, and we are not looking into detailed legislation, but what we are saying, Madam Speaker, is how do these agencies, multi-agencies, work together to ensure that the fight against corruption is achieved, Madam Speaker? Corruption, Madam Speaker, is a disease, and it's a disease which in every day is becoming sophisticated. As corruption becomes endemic and sophisticated, we need all the agencies also becoming sophisticated in order to deal with the menace. This sessional paper, Madam Speaker, is critical in the sense that all these agencies, without synergy and working together, they will not achieve anything. There's going to be infighting. There's going to be different interpretation, different approach. And in order to make sure that optimal results are achieved, there needs to be some coordination. Currently, Madam Speaker, we've seen the office of the DCI and ESCC, or public, think they are running at crossroads. But with the coming of this policy, all that kind of work shall be harmonized. On adoption, Madam Speaker, public would be involved in fight against corruption. Corruption begins with us, and the fight against it should begin with ourselves. And this policy will build trust from the public and will allow public to participate in the issue of corruption. Madam Speaker, a lot of work has gone into this policy by the legal committee, and I want to thank our able chair for leading from the front. And on that, Madam Speaker, I want to say I do second. Thank you.
You do second. Very well. Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the session of paper number 2 of 2018 on the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Policy laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, June 26, 2019, and further adopts session of paper number 2 of 2018 on the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Policy. The first one to get the floor is a member for Daragwa, the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by congratulating the committee, the JARA committee, under the chairmanship of the member of Baringo North, because this is a commendable piece of work that they have done. And I must say that it's a committee that has continued to perform very well in this House. We celebrate the legislative agenda that they have continued to introduce to this House. Madam Speaker, also as I contribute to this, it is important to mention that one of the areas that the executive has failed to live up to when we talk about implementation of our new constitution is aligning policy to our new constitution. And when we have this kind of session of papers like we have number 2 of 2018, it is really helping us achieve the objectives of our constitution and making it possible that the country continues being better. Madam Speaker, I recall that when we were doing this constitution, if you allow me to go back to that, this was, again, one of the areas that was really debated, because the provisions of the Anti-Corruption and Ethics Act, quite a number of them were in the Constitution. And in the wisdom of many, it was only necessary to leave a principle there and provide for the rest in the statutes and in form of like the section of paper like we have. So, and it is now clear to many of us, including those outside Kenya, that corruption is an issue that requires more attention than perhaps those days, than perhaps we thought during the enactment of our new constitution. We now have countries struggling to deal with corruption, but fortunately for us, we have the laws, and as my colleagues have said, we have enough legislative agenda or legislation around the issues of corruption. It is a question of moving it forward, the issue of coordinating it, getting it coordinated, and also getting the public to be part and parcel of fighting corruption. Of course, for the public to continue being part and parcel, or to give the executive and the Anti-Corruption Authority the support that they require. They also need to see that we are making some positive progress. You recall, Madam Speaker, that after the elections of 2002, Kenyans themselves went loud arresting those whom they thought were corrupt, only for them to be let down by the executive moving on into the management of the NAC government. So we, even as we talk about this session of paper number 2 of 2018, Madam Speaker, and I see that one of the objectives is to get public involved in fighting corruption. It is important that the executive makes sure that it doesn't fail the Kenyans, and the public continues getting the feeling that yes, there is goodwill, there is commitment, that there is dedication to fighting corruption. Madam Speaker, again, I want to say that if you look at Article 70, I think 79 or 70, I think it's Article 79 of the Constitution, we specifically provided for the enactment of corruption laws. And even including that article in the Constitution, there was the debate that forward, and it was that why would you want to talk about negative vices in the Constitution? And I think it has, those who supported this have been vindicated, because now you can see the kind of corruption that is there in this country. If we did not have it, if we had not secured this Constitution Commission in the Constitution, perhaps by now the politicians would have quickly passed laws that would have done a blow to that office. And this is again out of what had happened before. During 9th, 8th Parliament, and I think 10th Parliament, any provision that seems to have to be on corruption that seems to have, you cannot tell me that I'm stopping. One, is this for me, Madam Chair?
Yes, it's in order. Just
the house
you have a
is
minute.
almost empty, and
because can you give him 1 minute, of course, out of my discretion? And as you get a minute, honorable members passed one through the House resolutions on the Wednesday, 13th February 2019. We did resolve that any mover of a session or paper will have 10 minutes. And any other member speaking to the session or paper, we will have only 5 minutes. So as you contribute, please plan. And now that the Honorable Kion was shocked, maybe he was not in the House during that day, give him 1 minute.
And I am shocked because, Madam Chair, I think also as a chair, I can also get some little bit of gratitude when we are making some of these contributions, because it's only fair that we inform. Anyway, I was just saying that I support this. It's a useful thing. And we need to make sure that corruption is also fought at the devolved level. And without a coordinated approach, this is a war that we can easily lose. Those who are being fought, those who are involved in corruption, have a way of fighting back, and we need better laws to help this commission move forward. Thank you.
Very well. I can see you have a lot to say on this, and given your knowledge on the subject matter. The next on my request list is a member representing the people of Turkana Central in the House. That is the Honorable Nakara Lodepe.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, I rise to support the reports on Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the Senior Paper number 2 of 2018 on the National Ethics and Corruption Policy. Madam Speaker, policy addresses pertinent issues that make the fight against corruption difficult. Madam Speaker, this policy will address pertinent issues that make the fight against corruption in this country very difficult. Madam Speaker, without a policy in any organization, because the policy is a strategy done at the highest level of the institution. So we want to appreciate the work done by this committee for coming up with policy that actually will address the issues that make corruption in this country difficult. There have been issues, Madam Speaker, in this institution that's fighting corruption in this country. The cases are being challenged because of lack of evidence. The cases that have taken to the court have never gotten the right information. So, Madam Speaker, having a policy will actually address the issues that make fight against corruption difficult in this country. Number two, Madam Speaker, the purpose of the policy is to allow the flow of communication in any institution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we want to thank the committee for giving guidelines on how communication will be running in this institution. And that's the importance of the policy. Without a policy to guide, who will be responsible for this? We will be making a communication to the public. What's the role of the director? What the role of the board? Madam Speaker, unless we have such kind of a policy to guide the flow of communication, we cannot have a good institution. Madam Speaker, the policy set a general plan for action used to guide desired outcome. Madam Speaker, in every institution, there is a desired outcome, and we expect this institution, Madam Speaker, to come up with outcome that will make us or make the public to allow it or to put more resources. Because, Madam Speaker, whenever you invest, we have given a lot of money to these institutions so that we can get a good outcome. We can get a good payback for whatever we give. So, Madam Speaker, I want to support the committee for coming. Finally, Madam Speaker, the policy provides roadmap for the operations. Madam Speaker, where there's confusion, the institution cannot run very well. So this policy has given the roadmap to guide how the operations will be done in that corruption institution. So, Madam Speaker, I support the report.
And given the status, but however, we always guided by the procedures as laid down in our own standing orders. Then there being no another member interested to speak to this report, I therefore call upon the. You want to contribute? How come you have not? I imagine. Now you can. You are catching my eye, but I've not seen you raise your. You forgot your yes. You want just to make your in order. Then you can use the dispatch box. So yes.
Madam Speaker, it is true that we must have a coordinated arm of government, especially in anti-corruption. You know, yesterday or the other day, Cabinet Secretary Andrew Rotich was charged because of anti-corruption. So I want to put it very clear that it is good in this sessional paper number 2 of 2018 on the National Ethics and Corruption Policy from the Office of the Attorney General and Justice. We want a coordinated arm of government so that we be objective in these anti-corruption issues. Otherwise, we support, but we don't want people to be charged until proven guilt. So we want a clear policy on anti-corruption, and we want a coordinated agency in dealing with corruption. Otherwise, I support this sessional paper. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for
Very
giving
well.
me this opportunity.
That is the Honorable Chipkut William Chirchir. You support. It's official that there's no another member who is interested to speak to the reports, and I therefore call upon the mover to reply. And the mover for this matter is the Honorable Mutai.
Madam Speaker,
The chair.
first and foremost, let me take this opportunity to thank all the members that have contributed on this critical debate. Secondly, Madam Speaker, it's evidence enough that this policy is long overdue, and that for the fight of corruption to succeed in this country, we need this policy up and running. Madam Speaker, everything revolves around coordination and public goodwill in the fight against corruption. And as evidence enough, this is what this policy intends to address. And on that note, Madam Speaker, I'm happy with the reception received by the members of Parliament on this. And personally, I do urge honorable members that let's drive this policy together so that we can sort out this corruption menace in this country, which I said earlier alone is a disease, Madam Speaker. And on that, I reply. Thank you.
On that, you reply. Honourable members, guided by the principles of the House, and as per our own standing order, I am not in a position to put the question to the session of paper number 2 of 2018 on the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Policy. And so I do order that the question to motion number 18 be put in the next sitting at the most appropriate time. So ordered. Next order.
Order number 19, the County Government's Revenue Raising Process Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2018.
The Leader of Majority for second reading.
Madam Speaker, I wish to request that we step down this particular order until the next available day because we are not in a position to start the second reading.
Very well, with the communication from the Honorable Cecily Barile and with the also knowledge that the Leader of Majority is in a meeting, then I am in a position to order that order number 19 on the County Government's Revenue Raising Process Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2018 be deferred. Second order.
Order number 20, the Section of Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, second reading.
Again, we have the Leader of Majority Party, Honorable Cecil Marir, on that capacity.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wish to request that we defer this particular order because of the same reason that I gave for the order number 19.
Honorable members, for the same reasons that have been raised and that in the knowledge of the Speaker's desk, then I do order that Section of Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, appearing as order number 20, be deferred. Next order.
Order number 21, the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2019, second reading.
Again, the Leader of Majority Party in the House.
Madam Speaker, I still wish to request that this particular order be deferred until the next available date for the reason that we are still not prepared to get into second reading of the said bill.
A point of order. You actually both of you out of order. You don't shout in this parliament. You know how to express yourself. I must know that, when you just shout point of order. Of course, I have very good ears, but you know how to express yourself. This is a digital parliament, Honorable Gioni. Yes, now I can see the member for Bureti.
Madam Speaker, is Honorable Member Jonah in order, Madam Speaker, to walk to the opposition end of Parliament and cross the maze to our side?
Say again, he did what?
This is not a marketplace, Madam Speaker. It's also rules and regulations.
Just raise the point of, you're actually in line.
Madam Speaker, I'm saying...
What did the honorable member do?
Honorable Jonah was he in order, Madam Speaker, to walk into the chambers on the left side of the chambers and pick up a bottle of water and cross the maze to the right side of the chamber, Madam Speaker.
Now that you've mentioned the powerful mess, I want to order Honorable John. Can you do the necessary? We know the power of a mess, and you just go behind, you bend, and come back. We appreciate that you really needed the water, but you cannot break the rules. Very well, very well. Thank you, Honorable Member. Now you can have your water. Honorable Cecily Barire, you were Honorable John. What is it that you want to say before? It was on order number 21. Just give him the mic.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes men are colorblind and they also don't notice right and left sometimes. So it was not intentional.
It was not intentional.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And thank you, members. Honorable Cecily Barrio, you're on order number 21.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was saying that I wish to request that the same be deferred order number 21 be deferred until the next allotted day.
Very well. Honorable members, given the same reasons that you were given by the Honorable Cecily Barilla, who is in leadership, I do order that order number 21, which is the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2019, by the leader of the majority party, be deferred. And honorable members, there being no other business in our order paper for today, that is Thursday, July 25th, 2019, and the time being 6:37. This House stands adjourned till the Tuesday, 30th July 2019 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you all.